Dear colleagues, I'm glad to welcome you to the conference, 15 International Conference on Mathematical Science and Technology Education is a peer-reviewed international conference which covers research on mathematics, science and technology education among this technology and changed learning, including blended learning, e-learning, KT-based assessment, mobile learning, etc. Since 2001, IConMaSTEd is a premier interdisciplinary forum for social scientists, academics, research professionals, policymakers, postgraduate students to present their latest research results, ideas, developments, and applications. There is an organic general need for principal changes in mathematics, science, and technology education by promising theories, models, tools, services, networks, and communications. We invite you, participant in the conference, in connecting scientists by scientific interest, topic interested, mathematics, biology, chemistry, physics education, astronomy education, science education, computer science education, integrated science education, technology education, and education technology. According to the regulations, say about timeline, Tatiana.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm glad to see you at our 15th International Conference on Mathematics, Science and Technology Education. Today, times are not easy in our country, there is a war, but we scientists do not stop and try to continue working. Okay, now we have a computer science education and educational technology section. We are glad to welcome all of you in our conference, so we wish everyone a fruitful work and interesting discussion. And I want to talk that the language of our conference is English, and the discussion must also be held in English. Thank you.
Okay, the first topic, branding the way decision and entity-typed course teaching experience for modern IT specialists. Speaker by Bolotina Victoria. Tatiana, please play presence.
Good afternoon, Jason. Let me present my result of the study of the topic, Branding Theory, Design and Identity. Course teaching experience for modern IT specialists. The modern world requires modern approaches in all areas of human activity, and education is not an exception. Ukraine and the world need high-quality specialists in different areas who can quickly, creatively, and effectively solve non-standard tasks. Each future specialist in a different field, especially in the IT field, should always be ready to solve super complex tasks using the ability to analyze, make quick decisions, and find non-standard ways out of the current situation. The main focus of the work of teaching preparing IT specialists is to create conditions for the creativity activity of students, while it's not only necessary to simulate the desire of creativity in everyone. The organization of the educational process with the inclusion of elements of creative activity will make it possible to educate a comprehensive development specialist who will have an innovative approaches to future professional activities. The development of creativity also contributes to a better solution for programming problems. The formation of a specialist as creative person capable of self-development, self-education, and innovation is one of the main tasks of higher education. The main focus of the work of teaching preparing a teacher specialist is to create conditions for the creativity activity of students, while it's not only necessary to simulate the desire for creativity in everyone. At the Zhytomyr Polytechnic State University, students of the IT industry study the discipline Branding Theory, Design and Identity. When studying this discipline, students often turn to creative research, develop analytical skills, and independently go through the entire life cycle of a brand. After completing the course, students can work with direction of design, namely the development of corporate identity or promotional products. As part of the course Branding Theory, Design and Identity, the main goals is to prepare high-quality specialists in the direction of developing a corporate identity and developing the corporate abilities of specialists studying technical specialty. The main topic of studying this course are introduction, types of computer graphics, logo, corporate style constants, logo formation of palette and corporate colors and fonts, corporate business documentation, work with raster graphics, mockups, rule for the design of outdoor advertising, combination of raster and vector graphic, corporate website and advertising on the internet, composition and visual hierarchy in web design, point of sales, post types, brand book development, design rules, work with the customers, principle of project presentation, corporate periodical. Starting the first topic, students get acquainted with the concept of branding and corporate identity. When entering the discipline, special attention is paid to the review of exciting brands, the study of the history of the creation of their corporate identity, and changes in the process of rebranding. For more detailed immersion in the concept of branding and consolidation of the studied stages, students need to prepare a presentation using free software on the topic corporate identity of the world-famous brand. As a result of completing the task, student creates the image of the brand and understands the approaches to its creation. The next stage in students' work is to improve skill in vector graphics, which becomes the basis for creative corporate identity constants. The basic of the entire course is the third term. It's built such a way after completing all tasks, student receives the basic element of corporate identity. The first task of its term is to create a mood board. The next important stage in the work of students is the study of competitive market is chosen field. By doing research, you can ensure a high quality and unique design while avoiding plagiarism in the name and style features. After it, students move on to the most important stage is development of corporate identity, a logo. To begin with, sketches are developed based on a reference project. From the sketches, one version of the logo is selected, which is necessary finalized and presented. During the study of this topic, students form a palette of corporate colors with a description of the styled layout and select font pairs, indicating their combination and use in advertising, souvenirs, and branded business documentation. When studying this topic again, as experience show, students present a whole range of developments of their topic, which involves several stages. To begin with, market research, competitors, and the uniqueness of the product or service are presented. At the same time, the concept of work is based on thorough study of the topic and the history of the product. After the development and technical description of corporate identity constants, students proceed to the design of business documentation. The next step in creative and the identity of the select company, students to develop corporate business documentation. The task consists of design business card and letterhead and design envelopes for correspondence. Students start to use a mockup file that have been downloaded from open web resources for presentation thereof. Expanding the set of corporate identity elements, students move on to creative layouts for advertising media, billboards and signboards. When getting acquainted with the topic of outdoor advertising, an important step to get acquainted with the principle of creating a unique advertising offer, the principle of advertising design and matching the layout to the corporate style. The outdoor advertising media provides for creation clearly shows the rules for using corporate identity in advertising. During the presentation of layout, students test for completeness with the design and localization of the advertising media site. Advertising design is a new direction for students. When developing advertising layouts, each of students analyze the exciting, high quality, and popular advertising form, their advertising offer, and present them on the appropriate sites. Another important direction in the corporate style of the company is the dissemination of information about the brand on the internet. The task is to create the main pages of corporate website. When designing the main page of the site, students must follow the rules of their own corporate identity and corporate style. Use corporate colors and fonts, displaying the company's theme in the smallest details of web design. The next task is to develop banners for advertising on the internet. In banners, student forms 3 different promotional offers to promote the company on web pages and social network. The results of the work is a presentation of the corporate website design and a set of 3 banners for advertising on the internet. When performing this work, the ability of students is to use of various software tools and web resources in Observe. Students are allowed to use available website builders and online editors to create interface prototypes. The final stage is the development of a line of souvenirs, a set of packing, and the development of the design for branded clothes for employers. The elements of souvenir products for each student may differ depending on the correspondence between the theme of the project and souvenir products. Souvenirs, branded packaging, and clothing are designed by students by their own corporate identity. When demonstrate souvenir packing and branding clothes, students use mock-up files. The main requirement was that students use a mock-up of the same style, fit their subject, and the general concept of corporate identity. Final work of the course, Branding Theory, Design and Identity, is the formation of a company's brand book on the chosen topic, on which students work individually during the course. Valid project presentation option a printed version, an electronic version in PDF, or a brand book in the form of website. In the working version of the brand book, students include the following section: about the company, logo, corporate colors, corporate fonts, business documentation, outdoor advertising, souvenir products, branding packaging, branding clothes. When submitting the final project, each student will present his work on all the requirements of the presentation of project in IT companies. That determine the feasibility of introduced methodology for teaching the course Branding Theory, Design and Identity, an anonymous survey of students trained according to this methodology was conducted. Applicants for higher education must answer the following question: do the course assigned match the lecture materials and laboratory task? Do the topic fit the learning objective of the course? Select the topic that you think are totally necessary. Select topic to remove. Write down the topic you will think could be recovered in the course, and how interesting was the course for you. For the second year study, the students of specialty computer science were involved in the survey. Participation in survey was voluntary and anonymous. After walking through the results of survey, it was found that students were happy to study this course, and all the topic proposed for studies full consistence with the goals of the disciplines. Since the students who participate in the survey study were only in second year, everyone answered the same question. The results of the students' survey indicate that it's difficult for students to adapt quickly to creative environment. Part of the students have difficulties at the stage of forming the topic of the work. It's due to insufficient immersion of incorporated identity trends of companies of different direction and location. Since the beginning for the graphic component of the brand is the creation of a logo, students feel a lack of material what forming the concept and idea of the brand. Formation of the brand's mission and philosophy is an important stage in the development of corporate identity. As a solution to this problem, within laboratory task, which precedes the creation of the logo, students are offered to delve into the topic of their choice, analyze the relevance of the product or service, research the competitive market locally, define the relevance of the products or service offered by them among other on the market, form the target audience, and develop user portraits, describe the philosophy of the brand, and form a mission. The next problem the student faces in the presentation of work. After all, the success of the project as a whole depends on the presentation of materials. Most students lack oral presentation skill and use outdated resources to present visual materials. The solution to this problem is to provide students with electronic resources of a collection of mockups that they can use in their work. Regarding that was most memorable when studying this discipline, the students indicate that it was the opportunity to use any means. The teacher's creativity approach to task and according students. Implementation of tasks. Summing up and taking into account the interviews of students conducted during the defense of final works, the main advantages and the disadvantages of the proposed methodology were defined. Among disadvantages are a complex exploitation of technical students in a completely creative environment, insufficient amount of lecture material for perfect mastery of graphic editors. Benefits include improving the skill of presentation, development of creative thinking, improving individual thinking, application of acquired skills in vocational education. As a result of taking the course Branding Theory, Design and Identity, students learn creativity, search and analysis, learn the stage of brand formation. Each of the course participants develop their own corporate identity and prepare the working version of the brand book by the evaluation criteria. The course methodology allows students to develop such competency as ability to apply knowledge in practical situations, the ability to generate new ideas, and the ability to search, process, and analyze information from different sources. During the training, students show the ability to creatively approach tasks, easily master different graphic editors, and successfully combine them in practice. During the implementation of this methodology, we discovered some difficulties the students face during their studies, namely the problem of repeat immersion is the creative space, the inefficient study of graphic editors, and a noticeable lack of materials for forming the concept and idea of a brand. Each of these problems will be worked out in detail by the author in the future, which all allow us to expand the course by adding new theoretical materials and some practical skills. The prospects for further research include the selection of criteria and indicators for the selection of digital learning tools for studying this course, as well as to carry out the appropriate expert selection. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions, please.
Good afternoon.
Okay. No questions. I have questions. Say please. Questions number one. Can students work on a project in groups or pairs? And the second question, what forms of control are provided in the course? How can you monitor the development of creative skills students?
Okay, thank you for your questions. First of all, I'd like to say that some students ask me about work in pairs, but no, student can't work in pairs in this discipline because we can't allow it, because it's hard to evaluate each student works in the project. When a student begins to work on his own project independently, we can monitor the process of developing creativity and improving skills in graphic editors. Obviously, it's hard to do in a groups of work. What about the second question? We use testing system to control the study of theoretical materials, and we have a lot of practice tasks to control use graphic editors. What about the development of creativity skills of students? I'd like to say that in the end of course, each student present to us their final work, brand book, in which they demonstrate all tasks from the course, so we can see how students improve their skills and competencies during the course in student brand book. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Tell me, please. Do you have a competency or creativity in educational programs for these students?
Please repeat, your question.
Do you have like competency of creativity in educational programs for these students?
Yeah, in educational programs, in science, in IT science, yeah, in our university we have creativity competence, and these disciplines help to create to improve them in our discipline.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Okay. Please write the questions that you did not have time to ask in accordance with the regulations to the text chat. Thank you. Next topic, next speaker, and Yuri Sitsilitsyn, And topic modeling the content of professional training of future software engineers in the field of parallel computing.
Okay, I want to say that we will include a video recording of the author's presentation, and when the report is over, we invite all participants of our seminar to discussion and ask the questions. Also, everyone can can ask questions in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana.
I start the video. Yes.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. We bring to your attention a study carried out by a group of researchers on the topic modeling the content of professional training of future software engineers in the field of parallel computing. The purpose of this work is to create a model of the content of professional training of future software engineers in the field of parallel computing. The study tries to understand the place of the discipline parallel and distributed computing in the structural and logical scheme of training bachelors in computer science. In the process of studying parallel programming technology, a parallel style of thinking is formed, which implies the presence of abilities such as preliminary hypothetical parallelization of the assigned task, its analysis in order to select subtasks that can be performed in parallel, parallelization of data flows, selection of data flows that will be exchanged between subtasks performed in parallel, keeping in memory the actions of all subtasks in a certain time interval to properly manage their joint work. To achieve the goal, it is necessary to form the content of professional training for training future software engineers in parallel computing and, on its basis, develop a model of the content of professional training for training future software engineers in parallel computing, the recommended sequence of their study. To develop a model of the content of the professional training of future software engineers in the field of parallel computing, we first need to form the content of professional training for training future software engineers in parallel computing. For this, we will turn to international standards, namely the recommendation for studying computer science. Aspects of parallelism were first mentioned in the edition of Computing Curricula from 2001. In the most recent Computing Curricula 2020, Paradigms for Global Computing Education, the content of the sections of the field of knowledge parallel and distributed computing was significantly updated. In addition to the standard, a number of sources with recommendations on the composition on the subject area of parallel and distributed computing were used to form the content. In addition to the analysis of international standards for the training of future software engineers in the field of parallel computing, a review of the current state of professional training of future software engineers in parallel computing in higher education institutions of Ukraine was conducted. The educational and professional programs of the bachelor's level of higher education of the Higher Education Institution of Ukraine in the fields of Knowledge 12, Information Technologies, as well as work programs of individual disciplines were considered. As a result of the analysis of these sources, the content of the professional training of future software engineers in the field of parallel computing and the corresponding trajectory of training in parallel computing were projected. Consistently applying the stages of system modeling to the content of the discipline parallel and distributed computing, we obtained its model. The model is a cylinder segmented into layers, each of which has a defined semantic load. The lowest layer is the area of supporting knowledge, which includes concepts and connections between them, necessary for a full understanding of the theoretical material. The layers of the concept cylinder are defined hierarchically. Blocks of concepts of the first level are a set of basic concepts necessary for mastering the concepts of the following levels. They reflect the main blocks of the level, each of which can be represented by a separate logic semantic scheme. Blocks of concepts of the second level serve as a support for building the content part of the next section of the curriculum. The blocks of concepts of the third level contain the material of the section within which the study of MPI, OpenMP, and CUDA technologies begins. The educational material of the fourth level of the model includes such basic concepts as the creation of communicators, the description and construction of data types intended for the user, etc. Based on the analysis of the model of the content of the professional training of future software engineers in the field of parallel computing, the following conclusions can be drawn. As a result of the formation of the model, the place of the discipline parallel and distributed computing in the structural and logical scheme of the training of bachelors in computer sciences was substantiated. It is the third course of study. Based on the results of the modeling of the content of the discipline parallel and distributed computing, a training program for the discipline parallel and distributed computing was formed and implemented, taking into account the third and fourth levels on the content model of the professional training of future software engineers in the field of parallel computing.
That's all? Or problems?
Yes, that's all.
Thank you. Very interesting. Questions, please.
Okay, Yuri, I have a question for you. The first question is, why the model of concept of professional training of future software engineers in the form of concept cylinder has no upper limit? And the second question is, how do you see the prospects for the development of your work?
Okay, thank you for your questions. First questions. As you can see, the concept cylinder has no upper limit, since the study of parallel computing should not limit it to only one discipline. The qualitative and quantitative composition of the layers of the models can change. For second questions, we see the continuation of the work in the development of topics that can be added to programs for studying programming languages in the first and second year, which will help students to further master to discipline parallel and distributed computing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Questions? No. Very good. And our next speaker, Frank Angelo Pakala from Presidential School of Uzbekistan, and will speak on artificial intelligence in modernizing science and technology education, a textual narrative synthesis in the COVID-19 era. Tatiana, please play presentation. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever part of the globe you are right now. I hope you are in fine fiddle listening to my presentation. So I'm Frank Angelo A. Pakala. I'm from the Philippines, but I'm currently working here in the Presidential School of Uzbekistan. My research is about artificial intelligence in a modernizing science and technology education, a textual narrative synthesis in the COVID-19 era. So the contents of my presentation entail about the rationale, the method, the results, conclusion, and recommendations. So we know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, when everybody was caught unaware that the problem will go worldwide, from the traditional mode of face-to-face learning, it was shifted towards online modality. And because of that, there was a a non-stop explosion of the myriad platforms, online platforms for classroom meetings, activities, assessments, and all of this was during the height of the pandemic. So this research will provide a comprehensive overview of the emerging researches on the current state of artificial intelligences that were utilized in education, in teaching and learning during the COVID-19. So this paper catch up all of these things from year 2019 to 2022. So because of this, we can identify the best practices and the emerging trends in artificial intelligences in teaching and learning. And we can also see some, or address probably, some of the ethical, and technical concerns with regards to the artificial intelligences in education. So the method of this paper was a synthesis narrative, or a textual narrative synthesis. And the design was followed coming from the guidelines of Popeye et al. In 2006. Now, the use of this one is the use of a synthesis for catching up all of these artificial intelligences that were used during the COVID-19 is to pick the fruit of all the published articles in one article, so that the readers will have no difficulty in looking into these artificial intelligences that were utilized from 2019 to 2022. So the research papers that are part of the synthesis paper were coming from journal depository websites like the ERIC, EBSCO, Emerald, Elsevier, and Google Scholar. So in this website, so codes or words were typed like technology, education, AI integration in education, AI integration in the COVID-19 era, or in COVID-19 years. So along with that, Boolean operators like and mathematical operators like plus were used. So the inclusion parameters were we know that when we type those clue words or keywords, there will be a lot of searches. So only those that concern science and technology education and AI integration were included. So only articles from 2019 to 2022, this is during the height of the pandemic, were included. Non-English articles were eliminated, and only fully original articles were included, which can either be quantitative, qualitative, or both as an approach. In total, there were 13 articles that were synthesized. So the theoretical perspective or theoretical model that was used in this paper was the course design triangle of Carnegie Mellon. So according to Carnegie Mellon, so the teaching learning process should follow the alignment of the learning objectives to the assessment, learning objectives to the learning activities, and learning activities to the assessment. All of these, I have taken a look at how the artificial intelligences were integrated into the learning objectives, into the activities, and into the assessment. So now let's dive in. What are these artificial intelligences that were used in the course design triangle? So first one is that there is a problem on the difficulty of engagement. As we know, because of the pandemic, students and teachers were segregated from one another, or they were far from each other. So we expect less participation and less engagement. So the study of Kabir, Akhter, and Mitra in 2021, they create an artificial intelligence that will measure the engagement in a classroom through a facial recognition. Also, Newman et al. In 2021, they created two chatbots, namely Feedbot and Leadbot. So those students who has difficulty in the classroom instruction or project or assessments or assignments or homeworks, so they can just message this Feedbot and Leadbot, and this will guide them and instruct them on what to do on their homeworks. Another problem during the COVID-19 was that the sound, the audibility of the sound was not permissible sometimes because of the internet signal or weak internet signal. So the Microsoft Office PowerPoint created a translator. It has a subtitle there that students can connect, can read while the teacher is doing his or her teaching. So another important aspect of the AI integration in the learning objectives and assessment is this intelligence tutoring system. So there were a lot actually, but I have included this SysTutor by Singh et al. 2022. So this SysTutor is a ITS that helps students in seismic data interpretation. So this was proven effective for those students who have difficulty in regular lesson flow. So in terms of course assessment and evaluation, so as we know, during the pandemic, because it was not face-to-face or online, we have a problem on students, the veracity of students' output. Also, we do not know if we are really testing the students correctly. Plus, we do not know if the objectives really are met. So Subirats et al. In 2021 created an AI called Evaluam. So this was used to analyze students' data and applied an adaptive test which are suited to students' skills and needed. So the data of the students, including their learning skills, their learning capacities, their intellectual capacities were included in this Evaluam, and it generated a test that suited to students' skills and needs. So also this Evaluam classified students who are about to fail. And so because of that, the teacher can now have an intervention activity to these students. So another study of on this course assessment and evaluation is about the study of Jeskovich. So he compared the performance of a machine learning assessing the student's essay compared to a person who was checking. And so it was found out that the machine learning can help correctly score the students in both holistic and analytic rubrics. As we know, the essay is maybe the most difficult type of test that to be marked. So the machine learning can help the teacher in marking essays using holistic and analytic rubrics. So also Noyes et al. In 2022, so he used AI for learning analytics for a large number of constructed essay responses in the topic about London dispersion. So he said that it was proven effective to a sample of nearly 2,000 constructed responses, by which there is a high level responses with critical thinking that were characterized done by human coders. So artificial intelligence, much better, checker, marker, compared to human coders, according to Noyes in 2020. So also, sometimes it's difficult to construct tests. So another example of an artificial intelligence that can create tests is the Cambridge Assessment International Education Support Hub Test Maker. So the teacher will just choose whatever topic he or she wanted, and this artificial intelligence test maker will set the test for the teacher along with the marking scheme. So another important AI in course assessment is the one created by Liu et al. In 2019. So they created this clue-guided copy network for question generation. So the teacher will just input a clue word, let's say for example, terminal velocity, and it will generate now a lot questions about terminal velocity. So also on the guidance and career, there was a problem because the students are far. So also the students can see that many jobs that they want in the future were laid off. So there was that gap. So this career referral system that was evaluated by Tariq, Isa, and Yusef in 2021 answered this gap. So the purpose of the research was to predict the baccalaureate average of the students using the AI prediction and machine learning system. And that prediction was used for the students on their future career that they might choose. So in this research, I have summarized all of these articles, 13 articles in terms of authors, goals and objectives, data sources, sample participants, tools, and then the results. So one of the limitation of this paper is that I did not actually dwell into the technicalities of how the AI systems, the 13 AI systems, and how they work. So although this paper discussed the base program of the AI, so this one is for future consideration by this paper and by the technical readers. So the focus of this paper is only to venture into the AI integration in teaching and learning process. So for the conclusion, there's no doubt about the proliferation of AI in science and technology teaching and the whole educational field. So even a simple examination generation and test making or marking can now be easily done by an AI. So an intelligent tutor can now provide students with learning guidance in order to pass an exam. Or evaluating students for their future career is now tied with an AI with their academic performance and predicting it. So the volumetric number of research papers conducted from 2019 to 2022, the height of the pandemic, has proven the thesis of this paper that artificial intelligence was indeed mark a significant role in the teaching, learning, and process of education. So that ends my presentation. So I hope you have gained a lot from my presentation. Thank you for attention and have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for such an inspiring presentation. There's a lot of good ideas, interesting ideas. And my question is, so you see that teachers, can use AI tools for marking, for preparing tests. But I see another issue in this topic, that students can also use AI, for doing tasks for, let's call it not cheating, but trying to minimize their workload and study load. Do you see any risks in this practice as well here? And maybe, some tools how to, let's call it minimize the overuse of the students of AI tools, because in Ukraine, so just in fact, because we've been working online, it's a big, I suppose it has become a big problem. So maybe you can share your experience about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Miss. So thank you for your attention of my presentation. So in my practice, it's like a giving power to the students. So we can use this artificial intelligences in providing the students with the marking scheme. However, first we need to introduce to the students internet etiquettes. What are the rules and responsibilities of the students with regards to the use of the artificial intelligences. So we must empower the students. They must use this AI. However, we must set regulations in our school up to the limit of which the AI must be used. For example, the ChatGPT, this is very new. So there are no current government regulation to limit the use of this ChatGPT or any other AI. So it's up to the government and to the school, but we must empower the students to use these artificial intelligences, because our days are, the days of traditional teaching and learning has ended already. And we have set a new teaching and learning process in the age of artificial intelligence.
Thank you. So it's a matter of responsibility, students' responsibility and government regulations.
Yes,
Here.
yes, that's right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next questions, please.
Hello, friends. And my question is similar to Svetlana's question. So could you tell us, please, if there are any regulation, I mean, any institutional regulations on academic integrity at the university you work now and the university you are from? I mean, your native country, the Philippines. And the other question is, what measures can be taken by the administration of the university in the case of plagiarism or unhonest usage of artificial intelligence? Will they be expelled from the university, or maybe will they have to resubmit their work? I mean, essays, course projects, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. So in the presidential school, I am working in Uzbekistan right now, though I came from the Philippines, so I am a foreign worker here in the Republic of Uzbekistan. We do not have actually any regulation. As well as the Republic of Uzbekistan has no government regulation with regards to the artificial intelligences, which so far in the Philippines, I don't hear anything about this government regulation. And as far as I know, there's no university in the world that regulates these artificial intelligences. Well, I just don't know in your university. Probably in your country, in Ukraine, there is, but in the Philippines and in Uzbekistan, there's nothing. And the proliferation really of this artificial intelligence, it's like it's a factory. There's a world factory for an artificial intelligence. Even a student in the Philippines can create its own artificial intelligence now. So I mean, accreditors, there are accrediting bodies. We know there are accrediting bodies that accredit schools, universities. So I think these accrediting bodies must also include in their regulations how to regulate, how the universities regulate in the domains of the accreditation bodies. It must be included how these artificial intelligences are being regulated by the universities. So that's, in my opinion, accrediting bodies can regulate this one, so that the universities will be forced to regulate the use of artificial intelligences in their school. But in my opinion, the students must be empowered with the use of the artificial intelligence, because this is now our new age of artificial intelligence. There's no going back here. There's no going back. There's only moving forward. If we go back, then we will lose a future that is already given to the students by the creator of these artificial intelligences. Again, there's no going back here. There's only moving forward. So we need to empower the students, give them the responsibilities, the rules, and the schools must regulate, government must do as well. Even the United Nations, I think, must do a regulation on these things in the UNESCO.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you. They are very interesting questions. Will we regulate artificial intelligence or will it regulate us and our activities? The future will tell. Thank you about dialogue. Next topic, digital comics for developing primary school students, English dialogical speaking skills. Speaker Vitaly Bazurin. Tatiana, play presence, please. Thank you.
Good day, dear scientists. Let the report begin. The topic of the report is creating digital comics to develop primary school pupils' dialogic speaking skills in English language e-learning. The authors of the report are Bazurin, Karpenko, and Pursky. The aim of research is to develop a system of activities aimed at developing dialogic speaking skills of the pupils of the third form of primary schools using digital comics services and prove it experimentally. The following question was asked during the research. How much does using digital comics services affect the level of formation of primary school pupils' dialogic speaking skills in English. Comics are pictorial images and graphics brought together in a deliberate sequence to transmit information and or to produce an answer in the reader. The benefits of digital comics as teaching tool are adding language knowledge, such as vocabulary and grammar, enhancing reading comprehension, building critical thinking, increasing creativity, and developing dialogic speaking skills. Dialogic communication is not rigid and static, it is dynamic. Therefore, developing dialogic speaking skills by the use of dynamic tools seems to be a very reasonable way. Pupils become not only critical appreciators of the story, but also agents and builders of knowledge. Advantages of the digital comics in the process of developing pupil dialogic speaking skills. Using digital comics as visual support make learning more appealing and easier for pupils, encourages pupils to use their imagination and creativity while completing or writing dialogues for the story. Digital comics make it possible to move from guided practice to free communication. Pupil can take an active part in creating a digital story and propose topics for dialogues. Digital comics can encourage pupils to create a conversation on the basis of their own ideas and views. Digital comics help you experiment with different types of response dialogues at digital comics are a great additional to the educational programs because they come at a very low cost and pupils may take an active part in creating them. Pupils become not only critical appreciators of the story, but also agents and builders of knowledge. Some applications and websites that are usually used by teachers and pupils to read and create digital comics: Webtoon, CIO Comic, Mandegala.com, Mandegala.com, and others. This is the example of a task to create digital comics. The pedagogical experiment consists of 3 stages: ascertaining stage. This stage diagnosis of the level of development of pupils' dialogic speech, selection a pupil for control and experimental groups, comparison of control and experimental groups by statistical criteria were carried out, formative stage, and control stage. Results of experiment. Zhytomyr Educational Complex number 65 Rodina, 3rd grade, was chosen as the experimental base. The class was already divided into subgroups A and B. The control group is subgroup A of the 3rd grade. The experimental group is subgroup B of this grade. Time of implementation, March-April 2022. The results of the control stage of the experiment are shown in figure 1. Conclusions. Digital comics have significant potential in motivation of the primary school pupils to learn, promote to the formation of necessary language skills, and simulate the development of speaking skills, thinking, memory, and other mental processes. Digital comics is a rich source for the development of various speech skills. Digital comics is an effective way to help children express opinions and ideas about the proposed story and created a wide range of opportunities for its use as an educational technology to enhance the cognitive activity of young people in foreign language lessons in primary school. prospects for further research. Future research could explore various teaching strategies across using digital comics for developing different foreign language skills and inclusive classroom using ICTs. In addition, school education programs could be explored to examine whether they contain adequate number of courses and training on how to teach foreign languages for pupils using digital comics. Thank you and happy teaching.
Thank you. Very short presentation, but digital comics is a very interesting area of pedagogical activity, especially considering that many teenagers are now interested in this subculture. Colleagues, questions, please. Any questions? I have questions. I have 3 questions. What skills and abilities should be formed in students to successfully create comics? Second question, what services Ukrainian or foreign did you during the experiment? And 3 questions, was it necessary to instruct the students on issues of working with the comic service? Thank you.
Thank you for questions. The answer for first question. Students should have such components of computer literacy as knowledge of the keyboard, the ability to work in the browser environment, the ability to work in the administrative part of the site. In addition, students must be able to speak English and the elementary level. The answer for second question, during the preparation for the experiment and its implementation, we used British services since there are no Ukrainian comics services. The answer for third question, thus, instruction was conducted in order to exclude the influence of subjective factor, initial level of computer literacy. This factor is irrelevant to the study and was therefore excluded.
Tell me, please, can our GDU students use comics in only digital variants or in print variants too?
Thanks for question. Our pupils used comics in digital variants on the special site, which are the service to create that provide to create digital comics.
Thank you. More questions?
Do you recommend using it as an individual task or as teamwork, for groups of pupils or for individual tasks?
Main form of the work was individual tasks because it was distance education and pupils works at home.
Okay, thank you. Questions? That's all. Next topic, speaker Tatiana Derkach, and topic understanding and attitude toward upcycling according to the survey of students of various specialists. Tatiana, play presentation. Thank you.
Good day, dear colleagues. I'm glad to present the report
understanding and attitude toward upcycling, according to the survey of students of various specialties. In our previous work, the attitude of students of the Faculty of Fashion of KRYVYI to waste management problems was studied. Significant shortcomings in students' training were revealed, such as misunderstanding of waste management benefits and the minimal influence of the study programs on improving the situation. However, some questions remain undiscovered. Are the above problems specific to clothing industry training, or are they more general? What reasons are behind these problems? Do the teachers evolve the problems of waste management? This work identifies problems that junior students of various specialties and teachers face in understanding the benefits and prospects of upcycling and those ways to overcome these problems. You see the research participants by specialties and years of study. In total, students of 6 specialties and teachers of the Faculty of Fashion were surveyed by the questionnaire following the combined model of Tredi's theory of interpersonal behavior and Eisen's theory of blend behavior. You can see the specialty, design, technology, and vocational education and training, and pharmacy, psychology, and teachers. The survey results were treated by 3 statistical methods. Spearman's rank correlation method to study the availability of correlations between separate factors. Kruskal-Wallis H test to assess the presence or absence of a statistically significant difference between the indicators of individual groups, if 3 or more groups were compared. Mann-Whitney test to assess the presence or absence of a statistically significant difference between the indicators of individual groups, if 2 groups were compared. You can see this combined model, and this slide demonstrates you calculated Cronbach's alpha for influencing factors to test the reliability of a scale. There are 9 factors and the upcycling behavior. You can see that Cronbach's alpha is always higher than 0.669 and in most cases exceeds 0.8, which indicates a high level of the model reliability. I'll use this abbreviation for these factors. Next slide demonstrates you bimodal distribution of the upcycling application frequency. The number of observation of upcycling applications, upcycling behavior UB, you can see from scheme, typically displays a bimodal character. The left peak corresponds to a subgroup of upcycling skeptics or pessimists, and the right one to optimists. You see the Spearman rank correlation coefficient with 2 side statistical significance shown as 1 or 2 stars. Our questions is whether these factors are related to each other. There is an answer to this question. A table containing Spearman's correlations. Among 45 pairs, weak correlations are observed in 26 cases, while no correlations was in the rest 19 cases. All correlations were quite weak, exceeding 0.5 only in 3 cases. we have a complex system that ultimately gives us a bimodal distribution of the upcycling frequency indicator. Next, we move on to the question, how do the groups differ? We made a comparison for each factor from the general schema. For each factor, we have a curve. We calculated average indicators for each student group, because it is group by major, and for teachers. At this stage, the Kruskal-Wallis H statistic was used to answer whether there is a difference. Is the null hypothesis true? You see this null hypothesis. The null hypothesis of the Kruskal-Wallis H test is for these factors, SN, P, N, and RB. Factors have identical distributions in separate specialty groups. The null hypothesis accepted for all three factors because the significance much higher, 0.05. And for other factors, you see null hypothesis and result. The null hypothesis accepted for two factors, but is declined for PB. The factor of perceived benefits, PB, is understood differently in different groups. See this graph. For other factors, you see null hypothesis and our results. The null hypothesis is accepted for these factors, but is declined for attitude. The factor of attitude is understood differently in different groups. And you can see average values of UB indicator by specialties. Distributions of upcycling behavior are independent of students' groups. You see this number. We found that only 2 of the 10 factors showed a difference, between which at this stage we can't yet say. To advance further, we use the Mann-Whitney test. We compared all pairs of groups with each other to find out between which there is this difference. You can see that the Mann-Whitney test allows one to identify which groups demonstrate significantly different levels of PB understanding. Design group demonstrates the highest level of PB understanding and VET the lowest. Allow this axis, you see the changing of PB characteristics, and you can see there are different groups. A significant difference is observed in 5 of the 15 available pairs connected by straight lines in figure. VET's PB differs from 3 other groups, and design's PB from 2 groups. Psychology group demonstrates no difference from other groups. And for attitude, you can see the changing of attitude. The Mann-Whitney test allows one to identify which groups demonstrate significantly different levels of attitude understanding. Design group demonstrates the highest level of attitude understanding and teachers the lowest. A significant difference is observed in 7 of the 15 available pairs connected by straight lines in figure, and VET's attitude differs from 4 other groups, and design's attitude also from 4 groups. The survey and the analysis of the obtained results allow us to formulate several problems in mastering upcycling technologies that are appropriate to the current level of education in Ukraine. Ensuring an understanding of the benefits and mastery of available upcycling technologies isn't limited to training closet industry specialists, but has a global character. The available advantages in various aspects of the relationship to upcycling remain practically the same for students of different specialties. Teachers show indifference and ignorance in understanding upcycling. Most respondents show a complete lack of understanding of the advantages of using upcycling technologies, although some express a desire to use them. According to respondents, social factors have a very limited influence. How to fix it? You see, overcoming the formulated problems in the training of future engineers is possible due to implementation of the concept of sustainable development, both in the form of developed new educational programs and individual course programs, integration of new modules in various disciplines, in the process of informal education, in particular participation in project activities, trainings, group activity, appropriate professional development of teachers. You can read more about such forms of work with students and changes that we have already been able to implement in the educational programs of KRYVYI in the full text of the article. The next slide demonstrates you our total conclusions, and I say you thank you for attention.
Thank you. Questions, please.
I have two questions. First question. Students of different specialties sometimes show the same behavior regarding upcycling. What are the reasons? And second question, you mentioned applying the best European practices in the organization of sustainable education. What did you mean?
Thank you for your questions. According to the first questions, we can identify several reasons. The first is insufficient attention to sustainable development in our standards. I mean our educational standards. In the state standard of basic and comprehensive general secondary education from 2011, and accordingly in the curricula of various educational fields. Our respondents studied under these programs. The standard approved in 2020 is more optimistic because it focuses on forming ecological competence in various fields and developing skills and values related to sustainable development. We consider the second reason to be insufficient awareness on the part of teachers. And the third reason can be considered low attention from society. In part, this can be justified by social conditions. The COVID-19 pandemic and the military aggression by Russia brought the issue of preserving one's life and health to the fore. Maybe these factors of reasons are the most important. According to the second questions, based on the study of European programs, we have determined those competencies and program learning outcomes that are important for sustainable education. Our future research aims to formulate competencies and learning outcomes for future changes in educational programs in Ukraine. So,
thank you. Questions? Oh, no. Okay, the next report analysis of the state of the art of modern e-learning in higher education in Germany. Speaker Katya Osach, very well. Татьяна,
Учится.
плюс play presentation.
Честно. Ошибки были в ответах. Ляпсова.
Large volumes of knowledge today are difficult to convey at clearly allocated lecture time, so e-learning tools are often used to deepen learning and provide more information to those students who need it. The advent of e-learning tools has allowed universities to attract more students who cannot attend face-to-face classes for religious, political, or financial reasons to learning. Studies conducted by scientists show the growing demand for e-learning services in the USA, China, Ukraine, etc., and the use of e-learning tools in traditional education, that is, blended learning. In general, interest in e-learning has been growing in the EU countries for the last few years. At the same time, the study of e-learning and its tools in EU countries, namely Germany, requires additional research in connection with the changes caused by the coronavirus pandemic. In Germany, the percentage of those interested in online courses is increasing, but not much. Therefore, the question arises, what is the reason for such a small increase in interest in e-learning in Germany? Therefore, we have set the purpose to analyze the state of the art of e-learning and the tools used for e-learning in higher education in Germany. For this, we consider it expedient to perform the following research tasks. To analyze scientific publications on the topic of e-learning in higher education in Germany for the last 10 years. Conduct a survey of students and teachers of the University of Konstanz regarding the use of e-learning tools and their attitude to e-learning. Analyze the results of the survey of students and teachers of the University of Konstanz and compare with the theoretical analysis of scientific publications. In the course of the research, we have set the objective to find out how important the issue of e-learning in higher education is in the German scientific discourse. Analyzing the search results in Google Trends, it can be stated that e-learning became the most popular in 2012. Interest in e-learning subsequently declined until 2020, which can be explained by the demand for e-learning tools during the coronavirus pandemic. As we can see, the decrease in the intensity of the pandemic ultimately leads to a decrease in interest in the problem of e-learning. Analysis of the search results by key phrases in Google Scholar confirms. The most used term in Germany is electronic learning. The number of publications in which the term e-learning is used has slightly increased. The number of publications in which the term electronic learning is used has not decreased significantly. So, we can conclude that for 10 years there has been no significant surge of scientific articles indexed in Google Scholar on the topic of e-learning in Germany, if compared, for example, with China, Ukraine, or the USA. The search on the Web of Science platform for article titles using keywords in the German language has yielded no results. Therefore, a search has been conducted using keywords in English with clarification by years, 2012 to 2022, and country, Germany. As a result, 263 results have been obtained for the search term e-learning for the specified period, 2013 to 2022. And 3 ones for the search term electronic learning. Therefore, it can be concluded that the term e-learning is widely used among German scientists. This conclusion has been also confirmed by the results of a search in the Scopus database. From the analysis of the search results in the Scopus database, it can also be concluded that the interest of scientists in the problems of e-learning has decreased from 2013 to 2019, that is, before the start of the coronavirus pandemic. Next, we observe a small increase in interest in 2019 to 2020 and a fading again in 2021 to 2022. The next step in our research was a content analysis of the scientific articles found through search queries. It was aimed at finding out what e-learning tools are used in higher education institutions in Germany and how teachers and students feel about e-learning. Therefore, we selected for this purpose those articles in which these issues were covered. In total, the number of articles that were analyzed was 294. As a result of the content analysis of scientific publications for the last 10 years, the following conclusions have been made. The vast majority of scientific works on the topic of e-learning relate to the study and implementation of virtual technologies, massive open online course, mobile applications, multimedia technologies, learning management systems and platforms, online courses, online laboratories, and simulations. Among the analyzed scientific works, the vast majority of papers is devoted to medical education and the use of virtual technologies in it. The vast majority of scientific publications are indexed in the Scopus database. We have also paid attention to the research of German scientists regarding the positive and negative results of the implementation of e-learning tools. In particular, considering the benefits of ILIAS in e-learning, Van Bonn, Grajik, Grossman et al. Make the following conclusions. E-learning cannot completely replace the usual training in medicine, but it offers a good alternative in case of restrictions due to diseases or pandemics. E-learning is highly valued by students as an additional offer for practice. The results indicate a high degree of acceptance of e-learning among students, as well as its use regardless of place and time. E-learning is not a competition, but a complement to face-to-face learning. Results next research indicate that of higher education students seem to be ready for digital. So, in general, German scientists indicate a positive attitude towards the implementation of various e-learning tools, while noting that their implementation should not be an end in itself. It should be appropriate and justified, as well as be based on the experience of using information and communication technologies by teachers and students. In addition to the theoretical analysis of the experience of using e-learning tools in higher education in Germany, the aim of the study was to conduct a survey of students and teachers regarding the use of e-learning tools and their attitude to e-learning. The survey was conducted at the University of Konstanz. It was anonymous and consisted of 2 parts. In the first part, questions about the use of distance learning systems and e-learning tools were asked in order to find out which e-learning tools were used by teachers and students in the educational process. In the second part, with the help of questions, we aimed to study how teachers and students perceive e-learning. For the survey, a university mailing was made with an offer to take the survey. 26 students and 8 teachers of the University of Konstanz took part in the survey. The results of the survey are shown in the following slides. Almost all teachers, 90.9%, and students, 96.2%, admitted that their educational institution, University of Konstanz, had opportunities for introducing e-learning. The majority of teachers, 72.7%, noted that they used e-learning tools in the educational process. Instead, 48% of students indicated that teachers partially used e-learning tools. Both the vast majority of teachers, 90%, and students, 88.5%, preferred blended learning to traditional or electronic learning. 81.8% of teachers and 61.5% of students used more than 50% of their time for e-learning. The vast majority of teachers, 72.7%, and all students, 100%, note that ILIAS is most often used as a distance learning platform. The results of the answers of teachers and students regarding which e-learning tools are used in the educational process in addition to the mentioned above are presented in slide. From their analysis, it becomes clear that teachers and students agree that they most often use electronic correspondence and teamwork services. Slide presents the results of the survey of teachers about what has helped them master e-learning tools. All teachers, 100%, claim that they independently have mastered e-learning tools, 82% have mastered e-learning tools on the advice of colleagues, 46% have mastered e-learning on special courses at the educational institution where they work. Both teachers and students were asked a clear question about their attitude to e-learning. The vast majority of interviewed teachers, 72.7%, have a positive attitude towards e-learning. Among the surveyed students, slightly more than half, 57.7%, have been undecided about their attitude to e-learning. As the result of the analysis of scientific publications on the subject of e-learning in higher education in Germany for the last 10 years, it has been concluded that the relevance of the problem of the introduction of e-learning tools decreased from 2013 to 2019, but we observe a small increase in interest in 2019 to 2020 and fading again in 2021 to 2022. The content analysis of the scientific articles found by the search queries has been aimed at finding out which e-learning tools are used in higher institutions in Germany. Virtual technologies, massive open online course, mobile applications, multimedia technologies, learning management systems and platforms, online courses, virtual laboratories, and simulations have turned out to be the most used e-learning tools. It has been also concluded that German scientists indicate the positive attitude towards the implementation of various e-learning tools, while noting that their implementation should be appropriate and justified, as well as based on the experience of using information and communication technologies by teachers and students, take into account students' motivation and access to information technologies. In addition to the theoretical and content analysis of the experience of using e-learning tools in higher education in Germany, the survey of students and teachers of the University of Constance has been conducted regarding the use of e-learning tools in the educational process and their attitude to e-learning. Despite the fact that the results of the analysis of the scientific works of German scientists show a drop in interest in the problems of e-learning in Germany and a slight rise during the coronavirus pandemic, the results of the survey indicate an unequivocal interest in the means of e-learning of teachers and the uncertainty of students on this issue. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Questions, please. Any questions? Tatiana? Oh.
I say the question, 1 second, please. Technical problems, 1 second. Oh, yeah. Okay, I have a question. My first question, you identified one of the tasks of the research that analyzes the result of the survey of students and teachers of the University of Content and compare with the theoretical analysis of scientific publication. Can you make this comparison, please?
With the help of the survey and a study of electronic courses at the University of Constance, we have studied the practical aspects of the use of various e-learning tools used by teachers and offered to students during their studies. Based on the theoretical analysis of scientific publications of German scientists, we studied the importance of the attitude and motivation of the subject of the educational process to e-learning for the implementation of a successful educational process.
Thank you. And yeah, I have one more question. One of the questions of your research was what is the reason for such a small increase in interest in e-learning in Germany?
As a result of the research, I got the strange impressions that I enjoy learning tools in Germany. They are used by both teachers and students. No decrease in interest in e-learning observed. The answers to the question were obtained in personal conversation with teachers and students. Students consider e-learning to be of low quality and don't want to pay for it. Teachers think that e-learning causes them stress and don't want to actively implement e-learning tools.
Thank you. And I have one more question. Did you answer it and how? We can talk about insufficient representativeness of the sample in the survey. 26 students and a teacher of the University of Constance. How do you comment on this?
We noted at the end of the study some of its limitation, including that the survey conducted at the University of Constance was voluntary and didn't cover a sufficient number of respondents, being limited to teachers and students of one university. In the next studies, I hope it is available to expand the geography of research. Thank you for questions.
Thank you. Next topic, application of chatbot in business English learning. Speaker Svetlana Simonenko. Tatiana, please presentation. Thank you.
Dear participants, we are pleased to present the results of our joint research, Application of Chatbots in Business English Learning by Svetlana Simonenko, Natalia Zaitseva, Katerina Osacha, and Alena Slusar. In recent years, with the development of information and communication technologies, chatbots have become omnipresent in numerous spheres of people's lives as service providers, online consultants, troubleshooting service providers, digital reference books, virtual teachers, etc., and their number is constantly increasing. So, the main points we would like to present today are: what is a chatbot? Application of chatbots in foreign language learning, analysis of chatbots for foreign language learning, and development of the chatbot for business English learning. In scientific sources, there are numerous terms for chatbots or chatbot-like systems: chatbot, conversational agent, conversational tutor, human-computer, dialogue system, and others. The definitions for such kinds of systems are also different, becoming more complex and sophisticated with the development of information and communication technologies. Application of chatbots in foreign language learning has had a rich background, from usage of ordinary chatbots, which converse in the language studied, to development and implementation of special chatbots created for studying foreign languages. Undoubtedly, as the main purpose of studying a language is communication, chatbots can be efficient tools for practicing dialects and some kind of immersion into the language environment. There are at least 5 ways to use chatbots for language learning: as interlocutors, simulations, helplines, and for transmission and recommendation. In order to determine the user-friendliness and efficient technical abilities necessary for learners, before designing our own chatbot, we have studied several online chatbot builders and the provided chatbots. The profound chatbots introduced by authoritative linguists and educated teams in their language learning applications have been also used in order to specify the communication manner, attractiveness, and prepossessing for young adults. Thus, the chatbot features which have been analyzed are also advantages for prospective business English learners. These beneficial parameters are the abundant content, the diversity of the content formats, communication manner, user-friendliness, the consolidation section. The mentioned above features are not necessarily present in every application to the full extent, but their presence is an additional constituent for the application attractiveness for English learners. The comparative analysis of several smartphone applications has been very helpful for selection of both the linguistic aspects and forming their coherence and for making the chatbot to be character outline. The following English learning applications have been chosen for the analysis: Duolingo, Monthly, Virtual English Tutor, Memrise, English Career Bot. The results of our analysis are presented in the table. Our team has developed a business English course
for engineering and computer science students, which provides communication of undergraduates with a chatbot. The chatbot, named BBot, Business English Bot, enhances both business communication skills and command of English. While designing, building, and introducing BBot, the English teachers had the following challenges. To design a learning means which assists the business English textbook but does not copy it. To find the balance between the instructional and entertaining material and to keep learners' focus in the first category. To choose various additional multimedia online resources with free access in order to enhance reading and listening skills. To build a chatbot with a very manifold structure and to make it look comprehensible for learners. To choose an appropriate testing means for different language skills. To create an impressive character, intriguing and unobtrusive at the same time. To automate communication processes according to predetermined learning scenarios. To let students understand the purpose of the chatbot. To incite students' regular turn to BBot. And to encourage students to prolong active communication with BBot after the Business English course is over. The Business English course includes several topics aimed at forming skills in applying for a job, having a job interview, establishing business relations, and maintaining contact with employers, colleagues, partners, and clients, writing and responding to business letters, communicating face-to-face, via telephone, and online. The cost aspects include also forming students' awareness of equality, diversity, and inclusion policy and enhances intercultural communication. Each section mentioned above has focus on a coherent English language aspect, vocabulary, and grammar. Several themes of the Business English course are presented in the table. In order to define if chatbot inclusion in the Business English course mentioned above has enhanced the students' learning outcomes, and if it is the case, to what extent, the test of experiment and control group have been carried out. The group majoring in computer science was given the task to use their textbooks, the distant Business English learning course, and to spend at least 1 hour a week learning with a chatbot. The group majoring in engineering used only the Business English textbook and the distant learning course. The exit tests of the experimental group have shown that experimental group results have been 17% higher than the results of the control group. Additionally, the computer science students have had a survey about their experience in learning with the chatbot assistance. 98% of students have at least once used a chatbot. 79% of all respondents have previously used English language chatbot applications. 82% of the group have estimated BBot as an advanced and efficient chatbot. The respondents have distinguished BBot's personality and maturity, its comprehensible menu and structure following and reflecting the Business English syllabus, and emphasized the chatbot's user-friendly interface. The user statistics demonstrate that 24% of students regularly use BBot in order to revise grammar and to chat with the ironic partner. BBot has been demanded by the undergraduates who appreciate the possibility to drill conversational patterns in business English. The most actively used are not the themes available on other platforms or on the internet, like job interview or acquaintance, but less common aspects which need both language skills and cultural awareness, communication across cultures, or, for instance, command of business writing style or delivering presentations in a business-like manner. We can suggest that the factors for successful language chatbot implementation are the transparent learning scheme and material structure, the rich diversity of additional materials and links, the up-to-dateness of the vocabulary revised and learned and of the provided document samples, the presence of the chatbot personality, the accordance of the chatbot communication style with the approximate age of potential learners and appropriate maturity level. The chatbot efficiency is undoubted, and foreign language teachers' interest in their application as a means of immersion into specific language and professional environment has been constantly increasing. The introduced BBot has proved demanded by users whose goal is to improve their conversational skills. Communication with BBot develops in learners business-like communication skills, language in use skills, cultural distinction knowledge, command of business writing style, skills in delivering presentations in a business-like manner, as well as provides drilling and reviewing specific vocabulary and grammar aspects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Very interesting topic. Questions? Okay, I have questions. How is the presented chatbot included into the business English syllabus?
Thank you for your question. As you could see in our report, you noted that our chatbot is a part of our business English course, which is a selective discipline for engineering and computer science students. Earlier, we developed a course book, a distant course in business English, and now we have a new tool for learning. It's a business English bot. It includes all the topics which are presented in our course book and in our distant course, but it has some supplementary information, some references, and also a possibility to chat with the partner, with the bot partner on the topics of the business English course. The presentation was of poor quality, and maybe you couldn't see that we have had 10 topics, 10 general topics. Each topic is subdivided into categories such as vocabulary, use of English, and cultural aspect. And the cultural aspect is of interest to our students because we combine much useful information from our students who live abroad, who have passed examinations in business English or professional English, and so on. And of course, our bot has not 24/7 support, but we can trace all the questions, all the phrases, all the sentences which students send us, and we may respond later or respond synchronously. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. More questions?
Yes, can I ask a question? So we understand that all the pedagogical or teaching tools have some disadvantages or drawbacks here. Are there any disadvantages or drawbacks or limitations of using chatbots in teaching business English? Can you share experience, please?
Thank you, Svetlana, for the question. Of course, all the tools, all the techniques, all the technologies have some drawbacks, and you can read our article later when it will be in the open access, and you'll see that we analyzed 5 chatbots and outlined their advantages and disadvantages. What about our bot, which we have developed? Unfortunately, we are simply English teachers, and our team has no so much technical knowledge. So, and our BBot has not voice recognition features. So we can communicate with our students only in writing. So, but as you can see, we have many prospects for our future bot. So we are planning to add this feature in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions?
I have.
Please.
Yes. Tell me, please, can the students at the university, for example, our university, to use your results, your chatbot?
Of course, it is in
this result free.
Of course, it is free, but after the experiment, we are upgrading our bot, and it is in the stage of redevelopment, maybe, because we are going to add some new features. And now it is open. You can find it in Telegram.
Thank
it
you.
is Bebot.
You collaborate with other partners from other universities?
Yes. Of course, it is our joint research, because the representatives of 3 universities are in our team. So it's our joint development, our joint Bebot.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today we talk a lot about bots, chatbots, ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. So the time has come for this, and to actively use them in our practical activities. Thank you, Svetlana. And next topic, anthropological oriented strategies of interaction in the human-computer system. Speaker Vasil Fedorets and Oksana Klitschko. Tatiana, please play your presentation. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear conference organizers, thank you for the opportunity to present the report. Dear colleagues, we bring to your attention a report on the topic anthropologically oriented strategies of the interaction in the human-computer system. The authors of the study are Oksana Klitschko, Vasil Fedorets, Vitaly Klitschko, Kristina Klitschko. The problem of human-computer interaction is relevant and multifaceted, requiring new qualities at each stage of the development of science and technology. This permanently relevant problem is presented as a through and constant, first of all, in connection with the co-evolutionary development of information technologies, and so far, the relative transformation of the person himself and his adaptation to the digital world. At the same time, despite a significant amount of scientific research in this direction, the anthropocultural and psychological aspect of the problem, namely the relationship and correspondence of computer tools, technical software, etc., to human nature and culture, are not sufficiently disclosed. So, guided by the ideas of systematically integrated expansive character and multidimensionality of the nature of the living, and above all, spiritual, mental, epistemological, and activity practice and sensory motor entities of man, we actualize the idea of considering the interaction in the human-computer system on base on the application of the unworld concept of the human cognitive and activity world. As a model of our world which systematically and holistically represents human nature, we purpose to consider the theory of woman's construction. Accordingly, taking into account the significance of the indicated direction of research of humanized and anthropological interaction in the human-computer system, and further anthropocentric, ecocentric, and biocentric direction of development of computer technologies, including robotic, immersive technologies, development of smart environments, educational environments, smart houses, smart cities, etc., we present this research as relevant. The research used a system of methods and approaches: systemic, ontological, hermeneutic, phenomenological, biosemiotic, anthropological, cluster analysis. Methodological approaches developed in the system of digital anthropology. Theories and concepts were applied: Unwell, the life well, autopoiesis, embodied mind, the binary contact, the psychological functional systems. On methodological developments in the study, the Federated-Klitschko questionnaire was used to determine the body-mental orientation, the unworld-oriented interaction in the human-computer system. Let us consider the theoretical and conceptual understanding of the problem of human-computer interaction based on the integrative use of the concept of unworld by Wexkel, the theory of movement construction. The application of the concept of unworld reveals to us the possibility of understanding the interaction of a person and a computer and special multidimensional dynamic and systematic integrity. The indicated integrity can be understood and varied. They described as a system of circles of interaction, functional circles. The specifier can be represented as levels, communication channels, flows of energy, matter, information, structural and functional fragments that integrate both the components of a person and the environment, including a computer, augmented reality, etc. We will present the understanding of human-computer interaction according to the essential characteristic of each of the 5 levels: A, B, C, D, E. At the same time, they function as a whole system formation. The relationship between the levels and the dependence of higher levels on lower one is irrelevant in the organization of movements. The level of tonic movements A is basic for all other movements. Accordingly, it is present in all movements. When considering level A as a functional cycle, it will be represented as a sphere and or circle, and that encompasses a person both with his body and at a relatively short distance from the body. This is usually represented in the modern computer as the complex technical systems of their specific vibration and rhythmic both at the level of electrical, electromagnetical, and mechanical process. This level is close to direct influence. It reflects the constancy of itself and its self-sufficiency. Level B, synergistic movements, reveals the phenomenology of motor activity based on typical patterns and rhythm. According to the theory of movement construction, the partial component of the human envelope is a synergistic topological fractal envelope. The sum extent, an illustration of human interaction with space in this level B, is the famous Virtualian Man by Leonardo da Vinci. This means that the development of computer hardware, software, interface, and models of operation must take into account the phenomenology of rhythm, topology, continuity, plasticity, and fluidity, repeatability, fractality, cycle, and rhythmic movement, temporality, harmonization with the environment. Level C, special movements, reveals to us the phenomenology of human motor activity through the realization of speciality and being in space through the movement, visuality and audiality. Due to the fact that visual sense and perception in this level are the determined special of a person. It is manifest through the interaction with special objects, landscapes both the real and virtual. The computer in the system of this level is displayed simultaneously as a special object, as a special techno-instrumental phenomenon that can shape, generate spaces and special things, as a way of machine tool of virtual spaces. This is realized, first of all, thanks to its special instrumental capabilities of the computer and as a machine shaping the existing space with the limits of the human envelope and consciousness. Level D, object actions, reveals the phenomenology of praxis. The computer in the system of meaning of this level is considered as a significant component of the object instrumental environment, which we present in the envelope format, presented as a special multifunctional activity tool. Level E, intellectual speech movement, is represented by body language, language and intellectual activity. The computer in this meaning system of this level is considered as a significant component of the cognitive dimension of onward interaction in the human-computer system. Based on the consideration of its implementation and existence, we present the specific interaction mainly as instrumental and cognitive. The computer in the system of this level will be presented first of all as a special multifunctional tool of intellectual activity. A study was conducted by a survey of students and teachers of higher education institution of Ukraine using the Federated Klitschko questionnaire was used to determine the body-mental orientation, the onward-oriented interaction in the human-computer system. Research was conducted in 2022 years and see please this figure. The survey results were processed using cluster analysis. 3 clusters were obtained. Dear colleagues, look at please this table. The cluster 0, which is formed by 28% of the respondents, is mainly represented by negative answers. From our points of view of oriented interaction in the human-computer system, specific structure of answer to a certain extent indicates the dominance of interaction that is cognitive in nature. This corresponds to the level of intellectual movements E in the theory of movements construction. The specific distribution of neutral answer relative to the specific levels A, C, D indicates insufficiently actualized object-oriented interaction in the human-computer system at the specific levels. At the same time, compared to the cluster 0, the specified interaction in the format of all levels, including A, C, D. The cluster 2, which is formed by 37% of the subjects. In this cluster, there is a certain growth of object-oriented interaction in the human-computer system, which is relatively evenly distributed across all levels. In conclusion, we say about the integrative use of the envelope concept and the theory of movement construction for the analysis of possible ways and futures of interaction the human-computer system represents one of the options of structuring the specified interaction. The body cognitive envelope is structured according to the theory of movement construction into 5 levels, which are simultaneously considered as the fractional cycles as relatively constant flows of the information and energy, as topological and fractal structures, as a spatial, spatial, temporal, sensory, perceptual, motor, cognitive, and activity worlds of a person. Taking into account the specificity of each of the levels in the way to form the ergonomic of interaction on the human-computer system, taking into account human nature, including psychology. Integrative influence on the level is a way of organizing multi-channel human-computer system interaction. The interpretation of the research results indicates of the systematically and level of interaction in the human-computer system. This determines the possibilities of distinguishing the typical path and the spheres of interaction the human-computer system, among which the bodily and the mental psychological ones on the significant corresponding to certain levels that correlative with the sign systematic. Spatial, temporal, and structural functional organization of motor activity in the theory of movements construction. Dear colleagues, the report is over. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions, please.
May I question? I have the first question. Please tell what is the essence of level B synergistic movements in the context of its interaction with the computer? Thank you.
Дякую за питання.
Please tell in English because we have participants of other countries and he don't understand you. Please tell in English.
Так, шановні колеги, я можу тільки на українській, тому представлю свою відповідь українською мовою. Специфікою цього рівня є наявність того, що він зв'язаний з ритмами. Наш людський організм має свої ритми, комп'ютер має свої ритми. І тому важливим є синхронізація цих ритмів. І такий важливий аспект стосовно ритму, що наш організм навіть людський має таку річ, як самостимуляція. Тобто, коли людині не вистачає якогось ось цих стимулів, то вона, от, скажімо так, включає музику собі, там, чи може спостерігати якісь явища ритмічні, і вони навіть не порушують когнітивну діяльність, а вони стають фоном для нашої інтелектуальної діяльності. Тому дуже важливо підбір, скажімо так, ось цих ритмів комп'ютера, ритмів людини, і багато може бути зв'язано з цих речей, зв'язано з використанням мистецтва. Ми вже говорили музики, візуальних образів, які підбираються ритмічно. Ну, а також важливий момент цього рівня, що він формує безперервність. Так як ритм неперервний є, то тут важливо переходи при різних, наприклад, інтелектуальних заняттях, щоб не було розривів, а щоб були пластичні переходи. Ну, так як наша мова, вона має ось таку пластичність і має переходи. А також адаптація важливо в близькому просторі. Підлаштування конкретно, тому що рівень Б – це простір виконутих рук, не більше, як виконутої руки. Тобто якраз саме робота в цьому просторі. Є. Ось це такі основні аспекти.
Thank you. I will ask to transfer the questions to the text chat and provide answer there in English. Okay?
One moment, I'm translate. Because the level B is a specific level and connection with rhythms, human rhythms.
Okay. This is a small problem because transfer questions to the text chat and provide answers there in English. Thank you. Next The next topic, video integration as an instruction strategy. Наталья Зайцева, Светлана Симоненко, Маргарита Виноградова, Katerina Asache, and Elena Vasiliuk. Tatiana, please play presentation. Thank you.
Dear participants, we are pleased to present the results of the research Video Integration as an Instructional Strategy in Teaching English to Non-Linguistic Students by Natalia Zaitseva, Svetlana Simonenko, Margarita Vinogradova, and Katerina Osache. The search for adequate tools, forms, methods, and approaches of training specialists to be in different fields of knowledge and their further adaptation and implementation into the educational process have been the main challenges for educators for many decades. The COVID-19 pandemic outbreak and military actions in the territory of Ukraine have significantly transformed the educational process. New circumstances of being under isolation during the pandemic, being under occupation in certain territories of Ukraine, residing in remote locations which seem to be safe for living, have impacted on teaching and learning, so that implementation of all the suitable tools, techniques, and technologies can assist teachers and students in coping with pandemic challenges and overcoming the ordeals of the war months. Instructors and lecturers had to accommodate themselves to new circumstances, arising psychological problems and technical issues, lack or even absence of personal interaction within education. Large-scale courses, syllabi, and separate topics had to be adapted to the online teaching mode in order to maintain contact, which has been so much demanded by most and indispensable to many students. And video using can be of great significance in online foreign language learning, so the main points of our report are application of video in teaching and learning, application of video in foreign language teaching, practical aspects of using video in general English, business English, and English for specific purposes, online courses, and creating videos. Expansion of information and communication technologies has substantially changed comprehension and practical implementation of using videos in classrooms, as videos in their initial form transformed dramatically. Advances in technology have influenced the easiness of finding suitable sources in the internet, the quality of videos, their types, the possibility of making own video products and distributing these products further in the net, options of adding extra effects to the video, etc. In modern pedagogical sources, researchers even distinguish between using video, making video, and communicating through video. Generally, researchers define pedagogical, psychological, linguistic, paralinguistic, cognitive, intercultural, and technological advances of using video in classrooms. The main advantage of video in its possibility to present visual information that is difficult to convey in other ways. Application of video provides a sense of being there, and what is more, the place of presence can be both real locations and fictitious ones. Videos have numerous benefits for learning. They capture students' attention, focus their concentration, stimulate students' interest, create a sense of anticipation, develop corresponding rapport, promote students' imagination, enhance attitudes toward content and learning, build a connection with other students and instructor, boost memory of content, enrich comprehension, foster creativity, create memorable images. Also, videos have great impact on the development of the 21st century skills, increasing motivation to create their own product, promote their intercultural understanding, develop social and emotional skills, and improve their digital and multimedia literacy. Implementing video in English classes enhances not only the language aspect. It is impossible to ensure training live communication and spontaneity in verbal reaction
without taking into consideration the human factor, like confused articulation, humor, the set of language varieties which is native to certain territory, for instance, American English. Watching foreign language videos helps learners get used to subtle language distinction and benefit from presence of communicative means variety, like body language or behavior trends. Video spots are efficient information source for linguistic and cultural study, ESP and business English learners. Narrative videos included into prominent publishers' English coursebooks correspond completely with the educational goals of each unit to inform, to engage, to perceive, and are elaborate, strictly structured, and professionally performed. Authentic videos are, for example, corporate videos, travel blogs, experiment filming, documentaries, etc. The general English coursebooks, like Navigate, published by Oxford University Press, have a specific videos section in each unit. The main attractiveness of these videos for learners are video characters, real artists, writers, Olympiad champions, fashion designers, as well places introduced, but originally filmed and presented through effective stories, museums, or unusual objects or medieval mansions in the countryside. Another type of video successfully used in English language teaching is a vox pop, an on-the-street intercept interview dedicated to an
Unfortunately,
Problems?
I don't hear.
Jana?
gripping for students majoring in engineering to see the car assembly manufacturing process in the Ferrari factory, or a comprehensive tutorial animation about how an engine functions with English voice-over. Promotional videos from well-known enterprises are of great value. Watching a video is also the best way to inculcate the crucial soft skills in graduate students within business English courses. Watching both prescripted and authentic video enhances developing critical thinking, multiculturalism, tolerance, fair-mindedness, and media literacy. Doing accompanying comprehensive tasks develops creativity, communication, and collaboration skills. One of the resources that enables the implementation and practice of the educational technologies is TED Talks. TED, Technology Entertainment Design, is a non-profit foundation from the USA that holds conferences several times a year. The keynote speakers at TED are outstanding personalities of our time, visionaries having foresight of the trends in their spheres, leaders in their own fields, from engineering to the psychology of self-development. Another well-demanded video resource is YouTube. This video sharing service includes all the features of a video hosting platform with the possibilities of commenting and sharing for the viewers, as well as easy operating for educators who upload videos on YouTube on their channels. FluentU is a language learning platform which uses real-world videos, interactive subtitles, dictionary, short sections of video looping, a built-in vocabulary repetition tool, and the built-in flashcard system to create an immersive learning experience. We have examined how the information format influenced on the comprehension level and the student's ability to analyze and reproduce the content. The non-linguistic students of the second year were given a test in general English. The students had to process the information and to do the follow-up tasks in their worksheets. The experimental group has processed the information through watching a video. The control group has performed the task through reading the transcript of the mentioned above video. Thus, the skills in different language activities, reading and listening, have been tested by means of the same content in two formats. The same worksheet has included the tasks checking students' ability to understand and to use the words and grammar structures from the narration as well as the story, in video format and in printed format understanding. The test results have demonstrated that the format differences influence the understanding.
The students of the experimental group demonstrated the high level of the comprehension of spoken language and have had 95% of correct answers in content-related tasks and had the average result 83% of correct answers in the use of English section of the test. The students of the control group have read the transcript and have got in average 87% of correct answers about the plot. The control group students have used the printed text to support their skills in the usage of the vocabulary as well as of grammar structures and have scored in average 94% in the use of English section in the worksheet. At the beginning of the course, 64% of all students have agreed to test their listening and speaking skills with the optional film discussion. 27 students, 87% of all the students who have taken part in the second optional section, have been graded good and excellent. Within the exit exam, the listening aspect has been tested again through the videos similar to the ones demonstrated in the mentioned above entry evaluation. The vocation-related short films, but with a B2 proficiency level, have been selected for the demonstration. Again, the obligatory and the optional tasks have been prepared. At the end of the course, all 48 students have decided to have a detailed conversation about the watched videos with their English teachers. 92% of the speakers in the optional discussion have been graded good and excellent. Thus, all 48 students have felt being able to speak freely about the viewed videos, represent, discuss them and give their personal opinion on the short films. Only 4 students have been graded satisfactory for their ability to comprehend B2 level texts by listening and to scrutinize the short film within the discussion with their teacher and to review the plot independently. Under the war conditions, Ukrainian teachers try to maintain unbroken and ongoing education process. In order to provide all the students, regardless of their access to online conferences with the study material explanation, the English teachers support the on-demand learning mode. In that way, students can learn through watching a video regardless of time zones, limited access to high-speed internet, or sharing technology resources with their family or roommates in their households. There are 4 result-oriented types of educational videos used by the English teachers of the Department of Foreign Languages: online conference recordings, micro videos, tutorial videos, and screencasts. Narrated video recordings of a computer screen are not commonly used by English teachers. Nevertheless, it appeared to be the most appropriate video type for demonstrating presence, marking procedure, uploading homework files, and accomplishing test strategies for undergraduates who have not used the Moodle platform before. Here you can see an example of narrated screencast. Integration of video materials helps non-linguistic students develop practice of effective comprehension by listening and the following skills: listening comprehensions of coherent English for specific purposes, independent vocabulary expansion, ability to acquire new lexical units and constructions and to transfer them from passive recognition into active vocabulary usage, understanding grammatical deviations in an authentic spoken narration, grasp of the international peculiarities as well as pronunciation differences, perception by listening of different variants of the English language, British, American, Australian English, especially when the pronunciation is strongly influenced by the native language of the speaker. Integration of video of a specific type in teaching English to non-linguistic students ensures achieving educational goals in general English, ESP and business English. It enhances students' perception by listening, training, live communication and spontaneity in verbal reactions. Watching authentic videos and documentaries is an inevitable means in social and emotional learning, in content-based instruction and in the 21st century English classroom methodology. Integration and making an educational video themselves are ways to maintain unbroken and ongoing education process, support the on-demand learning mode under work conditions, to achieve the most successful learning outcomes, to deliver follow-up feedback and error analysis, to provide communicative channel as powerful support for students experience emotional detachment from their usual learning environment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions, please. No questions. I have questions. Say, please, how students of non-linguistic specialists got difficulties watching English videos at the beginning of the ESP courses?
Thank you for your question. Of course, you are right. They have some difficulties with understanding the English language because when being at school, the majority of our students didn't practice listening or video watching. As you know, we work at the Agrarian University, and our students are from the countryside, and the level of teaching the English language is not sufficient. So they have some problems with understanding and comprehension. Moreover, you mentioned ESP courses. These are courses for specific purposes, and they deal with terminology, with jargon, and some specific words. For example, computer students cannot recognize some words which are not similar to words which they use in Ukrainian, and also they have some misunderstanding. So also they have some difficulties with equipment because as you know, about 80% of our students are now in the temporarily occupied territories. They have no high-speed internet connection, and all the videos which we can offer them should be very, very short to make it possible to watch this video at home, because our students have quite low speed of internet connection, and they have no possibility to watch long videos or with excellent graphics and so on. So we can distinguish between educational and technical or technological difficulties.
Thank you. More questions? No questions, and dear colleagues, we have finished the first part of our section where we listened to 9 very interesting reports. You can continue the discussions in text chat or face-to-face. According to the conference program, we have a lunch break. I ask everyone to join the work of the conference at 1 p.m. Delicious to everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Hi all.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
everybody. Nice to see you.
Hello. Dear colleagues, we continue our work. In the first part, we listened to 9 reports of the topic of the conference. Currently, we are waiting for 9 more new and interesting research results. The first report on the topic, the issue of design of Patrinet-based software component for modeling holistic and coordinated curriculum for potential specialist training. Speaker resume Ludmila.
Yeah, I'm here, and I'd like to present my presentation, which I downloaded. Is too long. I'm really sorry. If it's possible, I'd like to present it now in live. If you allow me to share my screen, I can present my shorter presentation, because my video presentation is over 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so can you allow me to share my screen? Yes, can you?
Okay, share our screen, please.
Mm-hmm. A moment.
Okay.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I'm really happy to greet all the participants of the conference, participants and organizers. And I'm Professor Lyudmila Gryzun. I'm happy to represent the IConMaSTED National University of Economics, and my core author, Professor Lyudmila Belousova. The topic of our presentation, the issues of design of a Patrinet-based software component for modeling holistic and coordinated curriculum for potential specialist training. So during today's presentation, I'm going to cover some issues, the problems of building of holistic and coordinated university curriculum, author's approach to the curriculum modeling using Patrinet facilities, and to cover also the stages, elaborated stages of design of the special software component, which will allow to automatize this modeling process. So in terms of the urgency of our research, the problems of building holistic and coordinated university curriculum are caused by the number of factors which demands the search of new approaches to the curriculum building. One of these factors is quick changes and renewing of technology, social life situation, and labor market, etc. Next important factor is our international students and employees mobility, which causes international context of higher education. So the growth of information amount and knowledge expansion, rapid renewing and losing urgency of the knowledge itself, it also causes necessity to renew approaches to the modern curriculum design. And the trends in contemporary scientific branches also makes great impact on these processes. The synthesis of knowledge, mutual enrichment, interdisciplinary research with interpenetration of knowledge and cognitive methods, etc. All these tendencies, it's clear that all these tendencies must be reflected in the content of training of university students, because global science and employment market demand specialists who are ready to solve integral problems, not narrow problems, but integral ones. They must have a flexible system of knowledge. They're able to use it in related branches and so on. The challenges of curriculum building today is also caused by the double function of any curriculum discipline. On the one hand, its implementation of certain educational content, and on the other hand, it is an embodiment of some scientific branch adapted to learning and teaching. Hence, it must reflect correctly the branch structure, preserving main links between notions, concepts, effects, and so on. We bumped with the main problems which must be solved today. It's how to form integrated content of learning, how to provide modular structuring of curriculum disciplines with preserving these natural links between knowledge, and how to provide the coordinated learning through the modules of different disciplines for per-service specialist training. So it's necessary that it's clear that it's necessary to develop some new approaches to curriculum design, and in order to overcome the exposed problems, to cultivate cross-disciplinary strategies of teaching and learning, and to form students' holistic, coherent, and flexible system of knowledge. The purpose of our work, which is being presented right now, that is to elaborate some stages of design of the P3 NETS-based software component for the holistic and coordinated curriculum builder. And theoretical framework of the work is made by the holistic educational paradigm and by the author's approach to the modeling of holistic and coordinated curriculum for the specialist training based on knowledge representation models and P3 NETS operators. In brief, I'll cover this approach here. Main characteristic for this approach are the following. It is based on the revealed mechanisms of knowledge integration in scientific branches and in curriculum disciplines. It provides technical discipline structuring, which triggers the integration mechanisms realization, and it results in a coordinated system of curriculum discipline, preserving links between knowledge and making a positive impact on the trainees' system of knowledge. We elaborated special techniques for discipline structuring, which is based on the core ideas of multi-level construction of the content of learning, multi-level knowledge generalization, and models of knowledge representation. In particular, we were using semantic networks and frame-based systems with their inheritance properties and hierarchy properties in their structure. So they were elaborated 4 core stages from super level, so-called super level of curriculum design to the level of learning interactivity. And at each stage, they were done necessary procedures in terms of semantic networks and in frames for frames building. I won't stop on them precisely. They are described in details in our previous works. And finally, step by step, we obtain hierarchy structure with the frames in its node. We fill it in with exact values, and in such a way we obtain the frame-based model of the curriculum, where each discipline is presented by the nested frames, and they unite learning elements with the spread links. The technique to the discipline structure, which I have presented, and curriculum coherent curriculum shaping, was implemented and verified. However, in the process of real curriculum building, it became clear that it's necessary to elaborate the issue of the grouping learning elements into the frames, which are in fact modules of the discipline, because it's essential to group them, taking into account not only the links between them, but also the sequence and precedence of their learning within the modules and disciplines. So it will make their mastery not only holistic, but also synchronized and coordinated. So, and we came to the necessity to apply some special instrument. As an instrument, we used P3 NETS in order to model this process of learning elements mastering in dynamics. As it is widely known, P3 NETS, it's operators for formalization. It Any B3 net unites two types of vertices, places and transitions. There is also R component which determines the relationship between the vertices corresponding to the arcs, and places which are circles. They can accommodate tokens that can move around the net via transitions. And in such a way, this models the dynamics of any process. This instrument was used to model the mastering of the curriculum, and at the preparation stage of modules modeling, they were distinguished inputs, which are the learning elements necessary for the student to master in order to be able to learn the learning elements of this frame and other frames, and in similar way the outputs can be interpreted regarding the other frames. Then we distinguished different types of precedence relations for the inputs and outputs of the frames. And finally, we could build between net modeling, a learning element mastering, between net which simulates learning element mastered by students, is represented by 4 places and 8 transitions. The places represent the states of learning elements as for their readiness to be learned by the students due to their relations precedence, and transitions simulate the events of the start of learning elements, the process of its learning regarding the academic times and its availability due to its precedence relations and accomplishing of its mastery. Then net addition is done by merging transitions. Here you can see different combinations according or due to the different precedent relations. And finally, we could obtain the 3 net, which could allowed us to model the mastering of the course. Using the operations of the 3 nets modifications, in particular diffusion, operation and learning elements connections of different types, we could obtain a model of a curriculum discipline module, and finally a model of the whole curriculum discipline. It's essential to note that output transitions of each learning elements model can tweak the subsequent learning elements model only if the previous, in terms of precedence relations, is accomplished. It is guaranteed by the rules of the 3 nets execution and simplification. So such a modeling provides a synchronization of learning elements mastering and at the same time keeping links between them. But it's clear definitely that we need to automatize this process, and we started to design the process of design of software module for the automatization of the 3 nets modeling and the coordinated curriculum. This software module aims to provide the dynamic execution of the simulated process of the curriculum courses mastering by a potential specialist. It will enable both educational staff and the student to trace and learn this process. Functionality of our software module includes storing the 3 net execution graph in preliminary and static ways, and also the tracing the tasks already executed, so already mastered learning elements, and obtaining the list of tasks ready for execution in dynamic ways. So it was elaborated. The structure of the model is consists of 2 main components: task manager, so-called, and coordinator. I'd like to emphasize that by the task, we mean here a learning element mastered by a student. So here you can see the very generalized algorithm of work of these 2 components together. Task manager component aimed at performing, starting the execution of each task by notifying the coordinator, detecting when a task accomplishes its execution and notifying the coordinator, and requiring the coordinator for the list of the executable tasks. Coordinator component is responsible for managing data structure, implementing the P3net execution graph, getting the notification of a task start termination, and evolving the net graph status consequently. So here we could see the dynamic interaction between the task manager and the coordinator. So in process, let's say, yeah, at each step of iteration, and we could see there that first task manager requires coordinator as for the list of the executable task. After the obtaining this list, the list is analyzed by the task manager, and if it is not empty, the task manager triggers the execution of each task in the list and notifies the coordinator of each execution. So we can see this mutual interaction, and finally the task manager waits for the accomplishment of the tasks and notifies the coordinator about the event. So we just presented it in the form of such a very common flow chart. Based on these ideas, it was elaborated functionality of the coordinator, and the requirements in terms of the components design were distinguished. In particular, the coordinator had to build the P3net execution graph by adding nodes, determine the executable tasks, update the graph by forcing its dynamics, and in fact execute node, terminate node, freeze, and so on, to manage in general this process. The classes architecture was built, and the roles of each class, their methods were defined. So to sum it up, yeah, and to show me the potential benefits of using software module modeling of the curriculum. The functionality of such a module allows both educational staff and the student to trace and explore the process of the curriculum mastering, to see and analyze the place of each learning element in the modules and in the whole curriculum according to its links and precedence relations, to trace the learning elements that have been mastered and will necessary for master and other set of learning elements, to build individual study plan for the students, to compare the equivalence of educational programs, and besides the module can be used by educational staff at the stage of tutoring process, designed to pick up relevant learning and project-driven activities in order to create students and holistic system of knowledge and skills. And maybe just to emphasize some benefits in terms of exactly IT specialist training. It might be really beneficial because it's this module will enable to simulate the mastering of the university curriculum as a family of disciplines which are really sensitive to quick changes in the volatile IT industry, with immediate spreading of renewed requirements to the specialists in these branches throughout all of the modules, and with simultaneous preserving of proper links. To regard the disciplines evolving, evolution, and appearing new ones, which can be easily implemented and integrated into this system. Thus, it is helpful in terms of individualized IT specialist training and building their personal educational paths. That's all. Thank you for your attention, and I am ready to answer my questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have one. May I?
Yeah, I'm ready. No.
Yeah. I'm a little bit far from the topic from this technology, but as I understood, it's this software could be used for fully interdisciplinary universities. Yeah, and my question is, which key points we should pay attention doing this first? Maybe which problems may occur, or how can we understand that we are ready to implement?
So thank you for the question. In general, it's a really important thing to do. And as for the key points, which I mentioned, and it's very important for me that you also paid attention to this thing. I said that the first stage of preparing or creating our integrative curriculum, we have to detect key points of reality, let's say. So in fact, they are our potential competencies, which we have to even maybe general and professional competencies, which we have to detect before structuring all of the disciplines and modules. And as for the software which we can use it's widely used and beneficial, I think. So use some special software which allows to make to automatically build semantic network due to analysis of the massive text, which in fact give the description of this or that subject domain. And exactly, we use the so-called text analyst and some other software I also called it there. And in combination of this analysis, finally we can obtain automatically build semantic network where in the keys we will see these key points with links, and also we can analyze not only links but also the depthness, let's say, weight of the relations between these that keynote elements. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you have any questions, please write them to the text chat as well to avoid violating the rules of the conference. The next topic, substantiation of the sustainable education terms as one of the modern views on STEAM education token to account the European experience. Tatiana, please play a presentation. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, I'm glad to have possibility to present our research on the topic substantiation of sustainable education terms as one of the modern views on STEM education taking into account European experience. Actually, the main idea of the research is to provide real usage of the terms of sustainability in the field of pedagogy. In general, there are a lot of usage of term of sustainable development, and this is pretty widespread term. However, in general, it's more populism than real practice how to use it. And our research is provide usage of the concepts of sustainability into pedagogy and to substantiate the terms of sustainable pedagogy, teaching, and education. In general, the terms that near to sustainable didactic, sustainable education act is currently exist. However, they are very close but not generally use approaches related to sustainable development and do not provide them into pedagogy. For example, there is a term like education for sustainable development that actually have been used by UNESCO, and there is a definition official of this term. And also there are a few studies where this term also was used, and actually was not that this approach do not foresee the using of terms and concept of sustainable development and providing it into pedagogy. It just notices that it is required to develop new methods that, for example, formate ability to formate question or critical thinking. Also, there are a few other terms related to sustainable education and pedagogy. However, no one of them is adopted the principles of sustainability into the teaching and pedagogy. Also, there is a few very close terms like sustainable didactics, which we will substantiate in this research. However, it just contains definitions that it's outline new paradigm of learning and teaching without details. And also there is term sustainable teaching, which foresees interaction between stakeholders in education and politicians. As we see, the terms like sustainable didactics and sustainable teaching is relevant. However, it is not researched enough, and also it is required to have better substantiations that it has now. So for our research, we provide detailed analysis of the literature. We analyze general usage of the terms of sustainability to have full understanding and position of current state of the problem. Then we for sure used typical Venn diagrams to implement terms of sustainability and also to visualize traditional sustainability approach. And also we used it to visualize the approaches of sustainable pedagogy and didactics into a diagram. And also we developed definitions of the terms related to sustainable pedagogy, didactics, and teaching. So let's look at the typical sustainable approach. It foresees that any approaches and projects should have three main components that are economics, environment, and social. And if all of those concepts are really implemented, then the project is sustainable and it ensures sustainable development. We adopted those terms and find equivalents of those terms that are related to pedagogy. For example, as economics is very close to something pragmatic, in education this will be equivalent like competence or pragmatic component, which mean the quality of education in general, the knowledges which this education gives, and in future those knowledges and competences will be used into real practice to improve economic. As the equivalent of environmental component, it's health preventing. We think that this is really equivalent because of, in general, if we talk about nature, if we talk about environment, it also always about the health. For example, health of the people or health of animals, health of flora and other terms that are related to health. Therefore, if we use the term environment, its equivalent in education will be health preserving. And the last social component, as it was used in Venn diagram of sustainable development, it's social, and its equivalent actually it's motivation and socialization of students which are involved into educational process. And this is also very important because motivation of students to educate and also to provide science researchers in future lead to improve of the competence and pragmatic component of sustainable pedagogy, which in fact also as socialization is going on, also improves health of the students. Therefore, it is possible to visualize those components in the diagram then as traditional approaches of sustainable development also visualized. And we see that competence component, health preventing component, motivation and socialization component in combination give sustainable pedagogy, which provide high efficiency of education, motivation to continue the education, and health saving component to provide psychological health of students to also continue education and to have psychological health. So the terms of we also defined main terms of sustainable pedagogy. The first of them itself, it's sustainable pedagogy. And this is direction in activity which relevant to field pedagogy, which covers all educational activities and components based on implementation of components of sustainable development, which were demonstrated at the previous slide. Sustainable education process. All this will take into account the components of sustainable development directly in learning and teaching in formal and informal educational process. So this is the usage of those components of sustainable pedagogy in teaching process actually. Didactics for sustainable pedagogy foreseen the development and implementation of components of sustainable development in methodological didactic materials. So this is usage of those terms during providing materials which will be used for education, and therefore those methodological materials should contain all components which were noted before. One of the examples which covers both STEM and sustainable education is using some interactive mobile application like Google Lens, which was detailedly researched in our previous studies, which for sure improves motivation of the students to provide researches when they go home and after school. It ensures communication between students, like they can say, I found this plant, I found this plant, and let's teach more about this plant together. It's for sure ensures communication in both AI and botany, and one of the last our research proves that in both Ukraine and the USA it was efficient for students. And also this improves psychological stage. One of our previous researches also shows that psychological state of the student during using this approach is improved. And it was not that sustainable pedagogy in general most close for approaches like science education, STEM-based approach, and it will be the most efficient to use those approaches together. You can see on the slide the conclusion, but main of them, that main terms of pedagogy are substantiated, and it is proved that sustainable pedagogy has huge potential to use together with STEM, science education, digital didactics. And also we found that sustainable pedagogy applies like components like health preventing, motivation and socialization, and also competential approach. So thank you for attention. If you have any question, you can use our emails to contact us.
Thank you.
If you don't.
Thank you. Questions, please.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, you're welcome.
Please, we know that there are two main ways to implement the concept of sustainable development in our education. One of them is developing new educational programs and individual course programs, and the other integration of new models in various disciplines. What do you think? Which kind of these variants will be more effective? How do you think?
Hello, yeah, thank you for your question. As for our opinion, I think that in both noted approaches, sustainability do not implement it enough. That's why we proposed our vision, the third vision of such implementation. And I'm sorry, I will share the most important screen just for 1 second, and also it will be the answer for the question. We think that the concept that totally ensures components of sustainable development, it's that one that provides improvement of competence of the students, that is the equivalent of economic in traditional understanding of sustainability. Also, this provides health saving that is equivalent of environment ones, and motivation and socialization of students. So this is not any of those approaches that you noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next questions.
Yeah, I've had a question concerning these 3 components. Which long-term result do you see in implementing the approach of sustainable development or sustainable pedagogy? I mean, how it may influence the teachers and students in prospect?
Yeah, actually for now, I think that the most methodologies are include only component in the most, yeah, but understanding that teaching should provide also health saving and motivation also will in perspective provide including all those components of those like aspects of education into methodologies, and for sure it will in future, especially this is relevant for Ukraine, like health saving, like psychological health saving will be included into methodologies, and it will improve psychological state of our future specialists.
Yeah, thank you.
May I also ask the question? Yeah. My question is connected with the practical aspect. Yeah. So how do you think how to implement this concept of sustainable pedagogy, sustainable development? What are the practical instruments how to do it? What are the practical instruments how to do it in reality? Because you presented, as far as I realized, the theoretical model, theoretical concept of sustainable pedagogy. What are the ways how to do it in practice? Thank you.
Yeah, so the education should also include methods that ensure development of those aspects, and one of the methods which gives us the idea of such sustainability, this is Google Lens, because using of Google Lens for sure in didactics of STEM, yeah, because if you wouldn't use STEM, yeah, and just use Google Lens, it won't be effective. But this instrument, its implementation in terms of STEM will ensure motivation, ensure communication between students, ensure practical knowledge improvement, and also it will improve psychological state. We like provide studies that used KRYVYI coefficient to define psychological state, and it was shown that using methods like Google Lens will improve this.
Thank you. Next questions at Frank Angelo.
Thank
Please.
you. I would like to ask about where should the artificial intelligence, the augmented reality, and modern technologies in educational applications to education, teaching, and learning process, should this fit into the framework of sustainable development in education? And we know that it should be, as it is now the new trend in science education. And how should it be rated? And how should teachers be rated on it? How the students should fit about it? And how should the entire school system should be rated in terms of the fit of these modern educational technologies that I have mentioned, AI, augmented reality, and the rest? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. As for me, for sure, AI is a trend, but the concept during which you use it is very important. If you provide both methodologies that will ensure motivation and health, preventing health care, yeah, and also ensure STEM, this will be affect much more than you wouldn't do this didactics. I mean that not only using of AI itself do the learning process effective. The didactics and methodology during which you use it does. Like when we provide methodologies of using of Google Lens, it ensures motivation, health prevention, because students use their own phones, goes to the nature, they do their own research. So it's just a didactical approach will ensure high efficiency.
Thanks for the discussions. I think the questions are not. You can add any others to the text chat. Thanks. Dear colleagues, please turn our webcams for photos regarding the report. Thank you. The next report, selection of pedagogical conditions for training STEAM teachers to use augmented reality technologies in their work. Speakers Mikhailo Minty and Tatiana, please play presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear conference participants. The topic of my presentation is selection of pedagogical conditions for training STEAM teachers to use augmented reality technologies in their work. The operational plan for the strategy for the development of higher education in Ukraine for 2022-2032, implementation in 2022-2024 to achieve strategic goal 3, ensuring quality educational and research activities, competitive higher education, which is accessible to different segments of the population, defines operational goal 5, taking into account scientific research and innovations when determining the educational program's content and development, the implementation of which in 2022-2023 provides for the popularization of natural science and mathematics for students. To achieve strategic goal 3 and the corresponding operational objectives, a number of tasks are provided, including: first, supporting modern basic educational laboratories and advanced research laboratories of higher education institutions with equipment for information technologies. It means digital infrastructure. The second, promoting the use of innovative technologies and the latest teaching aids in the educational process, research infrastructures development. Innovation should be realized through the application of new and improved methods and practices, including digital technologies, for teaching, learning, and assessment, which should be carried out in close connection with research. The scientific and mathematical education, STEAM education, development concept determines that in order to ensure its proper quality, it is necessary to, first, raising the level of professional teachers' competence, second, updating the content of natural, mathematical, and technological educational fields, in particular, teaching aids and electronic educational resources on artificial intelligence, computer modeling, three-dimensional modeling, basics of video technologies, and digital art. And the third, implementation of digital technologies into the educational process. In detailing the priority areas of the Digital Education Action Plan for 2021-2027, the European Commission pays special attention to digital education ecosystems based on the artificial intelligence technologies, data processing, virtual reality, augmented reality, for which high-speed internet access is critical. Thus, there is a socially defined need to develop the digital competence of STEAM teachers in the digital educational resources using artificial intelligence and augmented reality technology design and implementation. At the same time, in the studies known to us, there is no holistic methodology for the digital competence of future STEAM teachers' formation and development in the digital educational resources with augmented reality design and application. Therefore, the task of the study is to select pedagogical conditions for training future STEAM teachers to use augmented reality technologies in professional activities. Pedagogical conditions are significant circumstances in the educational process, material conditions, methods, forms, and real situations that have objectively been developed or subjectively created for achieving a specific purpose. Pedagogical conditions for the preparation of future STEAM disciplines teachers for the application of augmented reality technologies in professional activity, material conditions, methods, forms, real situations of the augmented reality technologies application which were objectively developed during the training process or subjectively created to achieve a goal. To identify the pedagogical conditions for the future STEAM disciplines teacher preparation for the augmented reality technologies in professional activities use, a brainstorming session was conducted, during which 20 conditions were proposed and divided into 5 groups. Conditions connected to material support of the educational process, the future STEAM discipline teachers' preparation using augmented reality technologies. The preparation methods and forms of future STEAM disciplines teachers to use augmented reality technologies. Real situations regarding the best practices of using augmented reality technologies in training. Specifically created to achieve the purpose of preparing future STEAM discipline teachers for using augmented reality technologies in professional activity. Conditions related to participants in the educational process, psychological and pedagogical support. Taking into account the pedagogical conditions are the most significant circumstances of the educational process. A survey was organized in order to estimate the importance of the proposed conditions. 94 participants replied to the questionnaire. Among them there were 70% university teachers, 20% teachers, 16% researchers, and 4 students. 51 of respondents are teachers of STEAM disciplines. This category of survey participants in the context of the survey topic has the highest level of significance. In the context of survey, the second significant factor is the augmented reality application level in their professional activity. The significance of each of the 20 conditions was proposed to be assessed on a 5-point scale. 1. Very insignificant. 2. Insignificant. 3. Moderate. 4. Significant. 5. Very significant. After the calculations, we received the following pedagogical conditions for preparing future STEAM discipline teachers to apply augmented reality technologies in professional activities. First, availability of mobile augmented reality hardware, laptops, tablets, smartphones, augmented reality glasses, and immersive digital educational resources for future STEAM discipline teachers. Second, introduction of augmented reality in STEAM disciplines into the training content. Third, application of research approach and interactive technologies in training future STEAM discipline teachers. And fourth, acquisition of augmented reality technologies in application practical experience in STEAM disciplines training. Prospects for further research are to develop a model and methodology for training future STEAM teachers to use augmented reality technologies in their professional activities, as well as to experimentally test the effectiveness of the developed pedagogical conditions for training future STEAM teachers to use augmented reality technologies in their professional activities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the report. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? No. No questions. Okay, I have questions for the speaker. How was the survey organized to assess the importance of pedagogical conditions? And next questions, which factors in your opinion were more important to you survey? Thank you.
Good day. Thank you your questions. Question number one. A survey was organized to assess the importance of the proposed conditions. The questionnaire was developed in Google Forms, and the link was distributed through a number of Facebook and Google groups, particular CC seminar. Questions number two. The most significant were the availability of teachers of STEM disciplines and the length of service. Also the level of application of augmented reality in their own activities.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, if there are any questions, please write them in the text chat because we are out of schedule. Thank you. Next topic, application of augmented reality technologies in the development of constructive coping strategies for internally displaced people. Speaker Hanna Varina. Tatiana, please play presentation. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, we bring to your attention the results of an interdisciplinary study on the topic Application of Augmented Reality Technologies
in the development of constructive coping strategies for internally displaced people. As a result of the full-scale invasion of the territory of Ukraine on February 24, 2022, the number of internally displaced people has increased significantly from 1.5 million in 2018 to 4.6 million in 2022, who were forced to seek refuge in safe regions of our country. At the end of 2022, a sociological survey was conducted among forcibly displaced people from the occupied part of Zaporizhia region. At the end of 2022, a sociological survey was conducted among forcibly displaced people from the occupied part of Zaporizhia region. Among the 60,000 surveyed people, almost 85% of respondents are maladapted, which is manifested in an assumed type of response, chaotic nature of activity, a tendency to take a defensive position, externality, and escapism. The refugee syndrome manifests itself in fear, insecurity, hopelessness, increased anxiety, reduced activity, difficulties in adapting to a new environment, a sense of guilt, a feeling of destruction of inner harmony and the world, unwillingness to start all over again, and aggressiveness. Accordingly, the systematic, comprehensive approach to the organization of psychological support and the search of innovative ways of integrating information developments into the process of developing constructive coping strategies to overcome stressful factors in the context of adaptation of forcibly displaced people to the new realities of life are important in the socio-cultural aspect. The intensive development of information technologies and the integration of elements of augmented reality in various spheres of life provides an opportunity to use the appropriate potential in solving topical issues of preserving psychological well-being, developing stress resistance, and constructive coping strategies for the behavior of forcibly displaced people under the conditions of adaptation to a new socio-cultural environment. The work examines the issues of reintegration of forcibly displaced people and their development of constructive coping strategies of behavior as a predictor of effective overcoming stresses. The main goal of the work is to analyze the effectiveness of the implementation of augmented reality technologies in psychocorrective training aimed at the development of constructive coping strategies for the behavior of forcibly displaced people. The vector of innovation in interdisciplinary research is analysis of the features of the integration of augmented reality into traditional educational and psychological correctional technologies, development and testing of the program with elements of augmented reality, constructive coping behavioral strategies, vector of successful adaptation of forcibly displaced people, which includes 4 blocks: motivational, emotional, intellectual, regulatory, behavioral, and reflective ones. Implementation of a correctional program with elements of augmented reality in the individual and group form of psychological counseling of forcibly displaced people. In recent decades, the pioneering technology of augmented reality has been actively introduced into psychological research. Researchers at King's College London discovered then in 2012-2015 24 scientific articles were published about the use of augmented reality technologies in psychological practice. The new work shows that in some cases, for instance, for the correction of behavioral personality disorders, AR works no worse than traditional cognitive behavioral therapy techniques. Using augmented reality technologies, it is possible to bring an individual's internal processes and experiences into the external virtual environment. In different areas of psychology, there are techniques that offer a person to imagine themselves in an uncomfortable situation and perform certain imaginary actions in it with the help of a psychologist. In the simulated situation, the client observes their behavior on the site and tries different self-regulatory methods. Accordingly, expanding the experience of using augmented reality will make it possible to work with various client requests as effectively as possible and provide psychological support to various social groups. The concept of coping overcoming was first introduced into scientific psychology in the works devoted to the crisis of growing up. It was done in 1962 by the American psychologist Murphy. He defined coping as an attempt to constructively transform a situation that poses a real threat to an individual, draining their internal resources. A person uses coping strategies based on their experience and own resources. Through coping strategies, a person is able to react to stress to manage the present stressor. The presented model of the mechanism of development of constructing coping strategies of personal behavior is based on a dichotomous approach. The appropriate model is the basis of the psychocorrective program implemented at the formative stage of our research. The dichotomous approach to classifying strategies for coping with psychological stress distinguishes between preventive and operational strategies for coping with psychological stress. Thus, Matheny showed that the essence of the strategy of preventive coping with psychological stress is to prevent the impact of a stressful situation either by changing the cognitive assessment in the perception of the requirements of that situation or by increasing resistance and resilience to the impact of stress factors. Constructive coping strategies of behavior in internally displaced people in the process of overcoming stress factors are aimed at actively transforming the stressful situation, overcoming traumatic circumstances, resulting in a sense of growth of their own capabilities, self-confidence, strengthening themselves as a subject of their own life. As a result of military aggression and in order to create a safe educational environment for participants in the educational process from areas where active hostilities are ongoing and regions that are under temporary occupation, in particular certain communities of the Zaporizhzhia region since May 2022, Bogdan Khmelnytsky Melitopol State Pedagogical University has been relocated and legally re-registered in Zaporizhzhia. As a result, approximately 85% of teachers and 67% of students became internally displaced people. As a result, the need to implement a study aimed at developing constructive adaptation strategies for the behavior of displaced people in the realities of our university has become particularly relevant. The interdisciplinary empirical research was conducted by teachers from the Department of Psychology, Computer Science, and Cybernetics at Bogdan Khmelnytsky Melitopol State Pedagogical University. The study included 40 students who were internally displaced. The sample was randomized, graded by way of stratification. The empirical research was conducted in 2 stages. The staging stage involved conducting a psychodiagnostic examination in an online format using Google Forms. The ascertaining stage of the study was carried out in September 2022. The formative stage of the study involved the development and testing of the program Constructive Coping Strategies, a vector of successful adaptation of internally displaced people. The program was implemented during October-November 2022 on the basis of the educational hub of the Melitopol Open Center for Assistance exactly here. Program participants were divided into 2 subgroups. An experimental group where students took part in the training program Constructive Coping Strategies, a vector of successful adaptation of internally displaced people with elements of augmented reality technologies based on the BYOD concept. A control group where students participated in the program Constructive Coping Strategies, a vector of successful adaptation of internally displaced people using only traditional psychological technologies and practices. The empirical study has shown the dominant coping strategies among young people. According to the results of data processing, avoidance-oriented coping prevails in 40% of the respondents. That is, the desire to avoid the influence of a stressor by replacing an unpleasant activity or situation with a distraction to communication, immersion in one's own world, and unproductive activities. This indicates a significant decrease in the adaptive capacity of respondents under the influence of a stressor. In addition, 62.5% of them choose distraction as an avoidance, and 37.5% choose social distraction from those events and situations that are stressful for them. These students are able, in stressful situations, to avoid solving their problems by avoiding contact with others, to show aggression toward them, aimed at social isolation and the use of defense mechanisms. The diagnostics has revealed that 25% of the total number of respondents in stressful situations choose task-oriented coping. These students in stressful situations are aimed at the rational analysis of the problem, creation and implementation of a plan to solve a complex stressful situation. In 35% of students, such dominant coping stress behavioral strategies, which are focused on emotions, have been found. For these students, it is not typical to perform specific actions aimed at solving stressful situations. This style of behavior is manifested in the form of attempts not to think about problems at all, involving others in their experiences. According to this survey, it has been found that in the existing realities of constant physical and psychological danger, only 7.5% of respondents experience moderate stress, and 57.5% of students experience a high level of stress, of which 20% of respondents experience severe emotional and physical stress, and 15% of respondents have a complete depletion of adaptive energy. Thus, according to the results of that survey, the above quantitative and qualitative results allow us to talk about the mostly negative emotional state of internally displaced people and the dominance of non-constructive behavioral strategies. The high level of stress and depletion of adaptive resources, the increased level of anxiety, the negative impact of emotional reactions, of the personality on activities and interpersonal relationships are the consequence of forced change in the daily life of internally displaced people. Based on the model of the formation of constructive coping strategies of personal behavior, we have developed a psychocorrection program, Constructive Coping Strategies of Behavior, a vector of successful adaptation of internally displaced people, which included the constructs of augmented reality technologies. The aim of the program is to develop adaptation behavior as the means of increasing the personal resources of internally displaced people. The integration of a set of augmented reality elements into each block of the program has been innovative in the relevant program. The implementation of augmented reality elements is carried out using mobile application and is based on the concepts of bring your own device, that is, the use of personal devices, tablets, laptops, smartphones in the psychocorrectional process, and mobile augmented reality education. The program consists of 4 structural and logical blocks. Motivational block. Formation of motivation for transformational learning, development of readiness for self-change and self-development. Emotional and intellectual block. The use of augmented reality technologies for the purpose of studying the individual characteristics of the emotional and behavioral sphere of forcibly displaced people. The development of emotional and intellectual abilities for emotional self-regulation, external regulation of emotions, understanding of emotions. Regulatory and behavioral block. Implementation of elements of augmented reality in order to develop skills and abilities of effective self-organization of activities and life space in new conditions. development of self-confidence and constructive strategies for overcoming stress. Reflective block. Implementation of mobile applications with elements of augmented reality in order to analyze transformational changes in the emotional and behavioral sphere, design the future on the basis of the developed competencies. The introduction of augmented reality components into the training program allows not only to visualize space, certain states, and the system of behavior, but also makes it possible to create polymodal stimulation, which allows on the one hand to actualize the cognitive and intellectual capabilities of an individual, on the other hand to model an adaptive system of emotional and behavioral reactions. According to the results of the formative experiment, we observe an increase in the number of respondents with the dominance of task-oriented coping strategies. In the experimental group, it is 72.5%, which is 3 times more than at the ascertaining stage of the study. In the control group, it is 45%, which is 1.8 times more than at the ascertaining stage of the study. According to the results of the experimental influence, also in both groups, there is a decrease in the number of respondents with dominant coping strategies focused on emotions and avoidance. However, in the experimental group that participated in the training program with the application of augmented reality elements, the dominance of non-constructive behavioral strategies decreased by 2 times. As a result of the program implementation, the positive changes in the levels of stress and stabilization of mental states of the individual have been observed. According to the secondary survey, it was found that the experimental group significantly reduced the level of expressed emotional and physical stress, 15%, the manifestation of severe stress, 5%, and there is no complete depletion of adaptive energy of the individual. At the same time, the percentage of respondents, 25%, who have a complete absence of stress has increased, which is due to the development of constructive strategies to overcome it and the development of self-regulation skills. The dominance of moderate stress, 55%, is directly related to the respondents' perception of the current situation of military operations as threatening and unstable. However, the possession of constructive skills to overcome stresses does not cause excessive emotional and physical stress. Positive results have been also found in the control group. Thus, according to the results of the formative stage of the study and the integration of augmented reality elements into the training program, we have found positive dynamics in the development of constructive coping strategies of behavior in internally displaced people, reducing the level of manifestation of destructive stress, mastering the skills of emotional and physical self-regulation, which actualizes the emergence of adaptive resources of the individual. Augmented reality technologies are becoming a new effective method of psychological influence, which is expected to lead to a revision of the categorical apparatus of psychological science. The analysis of augmented reality technology shows that it has a number of methodological features that distinguish it from the methods of traditional psychological influence. Experimental studies conducted with the help of augmented reality technologies show that they can be used as an effective tool in psychotherapy and psychological rehabilitation, as well as for solving problems of organizational psychology, clinical psychology, and security psychology. The empirical study statistically has proven that AR technologies, in combination with traditional forms of psychological influence, have a stronger motivating and corrective effect. This impact is explained by the effects of immersion and presence in real time, reinforcement of adaptive mechanisms, and expansion of the behavioral and emotional repertoire of the individual. The use of augmented reality technologies contributes to the actualization of the psychocorrectional effect of training programs by updating the individual approach. Respondents are much easier to learn constructive behavioral strategies and adaptive mechanisms for responding to stresses due to direct involvement in the simulated situation and through graphic abstractions and three-dimensional models master new experience. AR technologies allow to expand the experience of orientation in 3D game virtual space and use the opportunities provided by the interface for psychocorrectional influence. The priority direction of further research is the identification of the impact of augmented reality technologies on the psychophysiological characteristics of the individual under conditions of stressogenic factors. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions, please. Tatiana?
Yes, 1 second. I turn off video. Okay, I have your question. Questions 1. How was the sample form taken into account sheets to internal validity? And questions 2. What are the priority directions for future research on the implementation of augmented reality technologies in psychology's practice? Thank you.
Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you for your questions. Answer for one question. The sample was formed on the basis of questionnaire data of internally displaced person of NGO Summer Tut in the city of Zaporizhia using the stratification method. The following validity patent certificates were considered statistical regression, selection, weeding out. The main condition of participation in the experiment were prescribed in a writing concept signated by all 14 respondents. And answer 4 questions, Jon. Thank you. The prospect for the integration of augmented reality technologies into modern psychological practice today they relate to social demands. The first directs in the use of augmented reality components in working with people experiencing a situation of uncertainty loss and PTSD in the condition of martial law. The second direction is the integration of augmented reality elements into inclusive practice. And the third direction is the implementation of the purpose system, new purpose system based on augmented reality in order to stabilize the psycho-emotional state in the, of the individual. Thank you for your question and thank you for your attention for my research.
Thank you.
Thank you for the discussions. If there are any questions, please write them in the text chat. Thank you. Next topic, technologization of student cardiac death prevention based on the disciplinary and methodological matrix of health preserving compliance. Speaker Oksana Pachko and Vasily Fedorets. Tatiana, please play a presentation. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear conference organizers, thank you for the opportunity to present the report. Dear colleagues, we bring to your attention a report on the topic technologization of student cardiac death prevention based on the disciplinary methodological matrix of health preserving competence. The authors of the study are Vasily Nikolaevich Fedorets, Oksana Vitalyevna Klitschko. Vitality and motor activity are dependent on the functioning of the cardiovascular system, which is represented as the cardiac basis of life and movement. The specified vital cardio-centric motor aspect of human nature is well known and understandable. At the same time, the humanitarian and medical preventive dimensions, the phenomenon of the head as a welcome and cultural phenomenon as not sufficiently revealed in the system of contents and meanings of the specific science, as well as the method of physical culture and sports. Currently, there is a pathological phenomenon that actualizes the problems of the heart in all its existential depths and vital and biological significance, multidimensionality, and systematically. This is a well-known pathological phenomenon, sudden cardiac death, which can occur precisely in the process and as a result of motor activity or after it. Of course, there are other conditions and reasons for the formation of the indicated cardiac pathology. From the point of view of education, it is significant that this problem is present in all countries of the world. Sudden cardiac death, the actual cardiac pathology, is epidemiologically significant. Accordingly, the indicated problem is to some extent connected with physical culture and sport, including the youth sports. We define as an urgent problem the technologization of the prevention of sudden cardiac death, which is presented as a significant component of improving the health-preserving competence of a physical education teacher in the conditions. The purpose of the study is to conceptualize the strategies of technologization of the prevention of the sudden cardiac death based on the application of the disciplinary methodological matrix of the health-preserving competence of the physical education teacher. Methods, approaches, and concepts incorporated into methodological system were used in the study. The specified methodological system is anthropologically, culturally, and technologically oriented. Based on the transfer of knowledge, methodology, and values from the medical field, the following approaches were applied: pathopedagogical, etiological in the health pedagogy, propedeutic in the health pedagogy. Preventive, transdisciplinary, and case methods were also used. Ideas and concepts were used in the work: knowledge transfer, anthropologizing, humanizing, axiologizing. On methodical concepts, for the optimal preventive solution to the problem of sudden cardiac death, we have developed a separate etiologic technology of prevention of sudden cardiac death. To determine the level of formation of the physical education teacher's intellectual ability to prevent sudden cardiac death, which includes the first of all knowledge of the causes and the mechanisms of the development of this disorder, the developed federated test analysis of etiological risk factors of the development of sudden cardiac death during physical extension was used. We also use the mathematical and statistical methods, use the non-parametric Wilcoxon test, Wilcoxon-Sigma-Rand test, to perform the pairwise comparisons of two dependent samples obtained as a result of the experimental. Let's consider in the detail the technique, azeotropic technology of prevention of sudden cardiac death, which is aimed at technologization, objectification, optimization, axiologization, anthropologization, humanization of preservation of cardiac health and life of students. Azeotropic technology of prevention of sudden cardiac death contains 6 blocks. The 1 blocks anthropological, 2 blocks pathopedagogical, 3 blocks propedeutic, 4 blocks therapeutic, 5 blocks practical and technological, and 6 blocks control reflexive. Federated test analysis of etiological risk factors for the development of sudden cardiac death during physical extension was applied in order to determine the dynamics of the formation of the physical education teacher's intellectual ability to prevent sudden cardiac death based on the knowledge of the causes and mechanisms of the development of these disorders. Look, please, table 1. The research was conducted in the process of improving the qualification of physical education teachers in the conditions of postgraduate education. 411 physical education teachers took part in the study. The experimental study was conducted in 9 institutions of higher education. According to the results of the test, a sample of the percentage of correct answer of physical education teachers were obtained before and after the study. Dear colleagues, please look at figure 1, which check whether the data samples before and after the study are normally distributed using histograms and Shapiro-Wilk tests. The Shapiro-Wilk normality test statistic was obtained using the Shapiro test function of the R programming languages. The following results were obtained. After applying this test, we can conclude that the distribution does not follow a normal distribution, and one example and two example data. We use the Wilcoxon-Sinotran test to determine that the difference between the values, the percentage of correct answer to the test question obtained before and after the study is significant. We call the hypothesis X1, taking into account that is all the difference between the corresponding values of the percentage of correct answer before and after the study are positive. We get X0, the result of testing before conducting the study, are equal to the result of testing after conducting the study, and X1, the result of testing before conducting the study, are less than the result of testing after the conducting the study. To calculate the Wilcoxon-Sinotran test criterion, we use the Wilcoxon text function of the R programming language. We get the result of p-value equal 0.00029114. Please look the figure, and thus p-value less than 0.01. So, at the significance level of 1%, we refute the hypothesis that the result of testing before conducting the study are equal to the result of testing after conducting the study. The hypothesis that the result of testing before conducting the study are less than the result of the testing after conducting the study. The significant positive dynamic of the result in the experimental group is explained by the fact that the problem of sudden cardiac death is a professionally and vitality significant, as well as by the fact that consideration of the issue and the educational process is given special attention. In conclusion, we say the disciplinary methodological matrix is a level cognitive area knowledge system format of the base of dynamic targeting, interaction and structuring and integration of various disciplines and their system, mainly anthropologically and healthcare oriented. System of knowledge, discourses and narratives, ideas, values, meanings, methods and strategies of problematization and conceptualization, etc. When forming the specific matrix, as well as the variable, cognitive, methodological, and methodical ways of developing the health-preserving competence of physical education teachers, we use a system strategies as the main ones of which are presented below. The teleological strategy, the strategies of intellectualization, anthropologization strategies, the pedagogical strategies, the etiological strategies, the epistemological axis, general specific strategies, the propedeutic strategy, and therapeutic strategy. As a result of testing using the Federated test, analysis of etiological risk factors of the development of sudden cardiac death during physical exertion, the positive dynamic of learning outcomes in the experimental group was determined. That is, after applying the technique, the mean value of the percentage of correct answers in the experimental group was 80.29%. This is 73% more than the mean value of the percentage of correct answers before the training of students using the technique. In the process of the research, the statistical significance of this result was proved using the Wilcoxon-Sinotran test. The necessary disciplinary methodological matrix can be constructed for the formation of various competence and goals and design of training. Dear colleagues, the report is ours. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the report. Questions about it, but in the text chat, please write the answer there. Thank you. And we move on the next study on the topic In changing foreign language learning with cloud-based visual mind mapping techniques. Speaker Svetlana Amerina. Yana, please play presentation. Thank you.
Mind maps are generally considered to be useful in brainstorming sessions, which have been used in business for quite some time. Mind maps visualize the ideas expressed, illustrate their relationships with each other, and help to create a quick overview of the main concepts of the issue under discussion. Due to these features, mind maps can be used effectively when learning foreign languages. In our presentation, we will focus in particular on the following points: basics of the research, functional characteristics of cloud systems used to create mind maps, the criteria for selecting these cloud services for use in the educational process for learning foreign languages, analysis of the pilot study results. Reason stood for the idea that the human brain perceives information not linearly, but immediately and completely. According to Grossman, a mind map is a creative method of successfully collecting our scattered ideas and putting them on paper in an orderly manner. Nevelin, based on her practical experience, stated that the greatest difficulties in learning words arise at the stage of their long-term storage in the mental lexicon. Chokish believes that learning is best done when the learning material is organized and structured, in particular when the foreign language learning organizes and classifies words. The need for prospective specialists of various specialities to learn foreign languages in higher education institutions has long been under. Problematic issues are related to the search for effective ways to master lexical material, learn grammatical structures, and form and develop foreign languages communication skills. One of the ways to visualize and learn the lexical and grammatical structure of any foreign language, as well as visual support during speaking, is through mind maps. Having reviewed and analyzed the functionality of a number of cloud services, we believe that the main characteristics that should be used to evaluate systems aimed at building mind maps include the following: the cost of the license, user-friendliness and clarity of the interface, the possibility of teamwork in real time, the number of maps available for creation, the availability and number of built-in templates, editing options, for example, selection of fonts, styles, and so on, the availability of interactive training materials, the availability and efficiency of the support service. However, if we talk about the criteria for selecting these cloud services for use in the educational process for learning foreign languages, we should first of all pay attention to the following: the availability of a free version, the availability of an online version, special financial offers for students and teachers, the possibility to master in the program based on training videos, the type of restrictions on the use of the free version, the availability of templates in the software library suitable for the most efficient structuring and presentation of terminological data depending on the purpose. Given the importance of the availability of free online version of cloud services and the type of restriction they have, we summarize some characteristics in table. Taking into account the criteria for selecting these services for use in the educational process in foreign language learning, we have chosen 5 of them for the pilot study: Aya, Mindomo, Mira, SmartRow, XMind. When suggesting the use of mind maps to students, we drew attention to some of the possibilities of their use, namely, to present information on a specific topic or section, to visualize important concepts revealing their connections with other concepts, including those subordinate to them, to systematize thoughts and ideas on a particular topic by visualizing them in a map, to create a concentrated collection of the main ideas of the text, to develop presentation, to plan and prepare projects, including teamwork. On the following slides, you can see examples of mind maps created by students during our research, the thematic field Nature Protection in German in the IConMaSTEd mind map, and the essay components in German in the IConMaSTEd map. In order to find our students' attitudes toward the use of mind maps in foreign language learning, we conducted a survey, the results of which are presented in table. When asked which cloud service students thought was best suited for creating mind maps for grammar tasks, the majority of responses were that Miro and MindDomo were the best. For creating mind maps for vocabulary learning, students preferred MindDomo, but XMind and SmartLaw were also highly rated. IR was the most frequently chosen by students to create mind maps for essays. The study shows that there are quite wide possibilities of using mind maps in the process of learning foreign languages at different stages, taking into account the level of students' language proficiency. A number of advantages of mind maps have been identified, including visualization of vocabulary material related to the subject being studied, which contributes to its better memorization, systematization of vocabulary by semantic fields, which helps to understand the relationships between synonyms, organizing grammatical material to facilitate learning of grammatical structures, structuring terminology according to the domain principle, which realizes the dual purpose of mastering it and using it in translating texts, a control and self-control in the process of listening and reading comprehension testing, which speeds up the testing process, selection of basic concepts for writing and speaking, which creates a visual support. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Questions, please.
Yes, thank you very much for such a nice presentation. And I have questions. So you've been speaking about the benefits of using cloud-based mind mapping techniques, yeah? But I suppose there are some difficulties which students and teachers face while working or using these techniques, yeah? Can you share your experience about maybe the difficulties or some barriers or drawbacks and how can they be overcome while teaching foreign languages? Thank you. And the second question is, do you recommend this technique for individual work or for group work? Because you've been speaking about teamwork, yeah, but can it be applied also for individual work of the students? Thank you.
Svetlana. Svetlana Amelina. Are you ready? No. There's problems. Write questions in the chat, please. And we now next topic, challenges facing distance learning during the module of results of a survey of Ukrainian students. Speaker Tatiana Vakaluk. Tatiana, play please presentation. Thank you.
Today, we would like to present the result of our research, Challenges Facing Distance Learning During Martial Law, results of a survey of Ukrainian students. That research was conducted by Sergei Semerikov, Tatiana Vakaluk, Irina Minty from Zhytomyr Polytechnic State University, and Svetlana Ditkivska from Krakow University of Economics. And so this research was conducted in 13 universities, and generally we have 331 respondents. Here, for the comfort of understanding, we decided to divide universities according to territory where this university is situated. So we have center, north, south, west and east universities. Also, it is interesting to look at distribution of respondents by levels of education and by years of study. As you could see here, biggest part of our respondents now studying on bachelor degree, but still we have 13% from master degree and 2 people who currently are trying to get PhD. Here you could see division through gender and current place of living. As you could see, luckily, biggest part of our respondents are now studying and staying where they were staying before. But still, we have eternally displaced person who lived in Ukraine and people who are now abroad. One of most painful questions, but still very important, for our respondent was about damaging of their housing. And unfortunately, we had answers of 4% of respondents that their housing are completely destroyed. Also, there were answers that their housing are practically destroyed, and 2% of our respondents even don't have such information about their housing.
This is problems, Tatiana.
Entering territorial defense, volunteering, or helping financially. Another important question for the quality of distance learning is technical supplies the student have to but at the moment when this questionnaire was conducted, 52% said that they have constant all-day free internet. 34% said that they have limited or unstable internet connection, and 14% said that they are partly accessed to the internet, so they could, for example, go to internet cafe or something like that. And main question of our research: is it possible to study remotely in condition of war and air alerts? Luckily, the biggest part of our respondents that it is rather yes than no, and 26% said that they are definitely able to do that. So in combining, we have 63% who are at least trying and making all their efforts to do. But due to emotional pressure or other consequences of Russian invasion, unfortunately we have 33% that think that they are rather not able to take part in distance learning, and 4% said that they are definitely not able to do that. Here you could see mode of learning that students preferred, and it is interesting that before the Russian invasion, when we have COVID-19, as it's called, distance learning, biggest part of students preferred synchronous one form, because they told that while you are staying online with a lecture, you could stay in connection and you could get more data and more information from the learning process. And nowadays, biggest part of students said that they prefer asynchronous form, and later in open questions they told that their choice was made because of pressure that in any time internet connection could be unstable, or due to the fact that nowadays they don't have enough time to join every time when lecture begins. So when we are looking about students' participation in online classes, we could see that part of students, 32%, are still trying and successfully trying to get access to every online class. Biggest part of our respondents, 41%, trying to attend online classes, but they pass in late, and 27% have only opportunity to work asynchronously. So previous question is definitely connected with interruption of classes during a raid alert, and as we could see, biggest part of our respondents, 85%, have problems because of raid alert interruption, but 50% have no interruptions, and we hope that in future less students will have those problems. When we ask students if they do like methodology used by teachers in distance learning, the biggest part, about 19%, think that it's okay. Part of them definitely like this, part of them could choose more preferable ones and not ideal, and only 10% said that methodology that teachers used nowadays are not good for them. So here you could see those methodology. As you could see, online meeting tools gain most popularity, as 315 students answered that they using this method. Also popular options are learning management systems like Moodle, Google Classroom, etc., video lessons, and massive open online courses and collaborative tools. It is also worth mentioning that part of students described their experience with massive open online courses not only as tasks from their distance learning process, but they also use those courses for self-education. Here you could see most popular among our students platforms like EDC, Udacity, Cisco, Solalearn, and Prometheus. Prometheus is a special one, as it was created several years ago by Ukrainian teachers who decided that distance learning could be good for us, so now we could use their experience that they gained through those years. When we talk about concentration and consideration of martial law by teachers when they are evaluating work, as we could see, biggest part of teachers, at least from time to time, and part of them are constantly taking in consideration martial law while evaluating work. So this could help make a little less pressure for our students. So this is kind of useful tips nowadays. Also, when we're talking about change of online work due to the war, we could see that the biggest part of our respondents haven't seen significant changes to their online work, and only quarter, 25%, said that yes, distance work, online work changed significantly. Other important outcomes that we would like to share is that some students indicated that the quality deteriorated due to war influence, and it's deteriorated because of emotional state, stress and anxiety, rate alerts, volunteering, lack of opportunity to study. And of course, that could cause problems with concentration, less productivity, demotivation, and decrease in amount of time for study. Other important fact that when students tried to describe their motivation to study while war, among the common answers were getting a diploma and getting a profession, the desire to study and gain knowledge, faith in victory, responsibility to the country, distraction from the problems they have around, kind of returning to normal life. And there were also some more specific answers like positive attitude to teachers, scholarship, or work in the specialty in future. Other fact worth mentioning is that students have technical problems. So we have to take in consideration those problems, as in nowadays there are not so much students can do with it, and disciplines representation on massive open online courses, as some subjects, mainly historical, geographical and language courses, are not yet sufficiently represented on massive open online courses platforms. So it should be considered that we have to influence on massive open online courses and trying to gather more data on such subjects. Thank you so much for being with us. We will be happy to answer any questions you would like to ask.
Thank you. I have questions. Say please, what students like or dislike during distance learning? Tatiana?
Thank you. The methods used by teachers during distance learning are like because the teacher use a professional approach, behave tactfully, understand student situation and try to help. Teachers do everything for so Vyacheslav, I don't listen you.
Answer my questions, please.
Yes. The methods used by teachers during distance learning are like because the teachers are a professional approach, behave tactfully, understand student situation and try to help. Teachers do everything for productive learning and go to a meeting with students regarding ultimately completion of assessments. There is an opportunity to complete assessments both online and offline. Everything is demonstrated more flexibility in time to study the materials. Thank you.
Thank you. The next topic, digitalization of learning environment of higher education institutions, conceptual foundation and practical cases. Speaker Kuzminska Lena. Tatiana, please play presentation. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, let me introduce our research named Digitalization of Learning Environment of Higher Education Institution, Conceptual Foundation and Practical Cases. The idea of digitalization is aimed at the use of the technologies not only for automatization of the existing business process of production and the sphere of service sector, but also for the creation of the fundamentally new ones. Accordingly, the economic development and competitiveness of modern states largely depend on the availability to educated and competent specialists as well as technologies that increase the productivity of their activities. Thus, in the report of global competencies for 2020, the upgrade of infrastructure and educational curricula, investment in research and innovation in order to create a market to tomorrow identify the priorities for expanding the capability of human capital, which as a result will simulate a long-term digital transformation of the economy. However, in the evidence result of research regarding the assessment of the state of digital transformation in higher education institution, universities in this process are significantly inferior to institutions of other industries. At the same time, Roof and Carter emphasize that the future of higher education depends on the ability of its manager to foresees the process of digital transformation and manage it in a new competitive environment. Comparing digital innovations and digital transformations, Decker and Carter propose to consider digital transformation, and we share this assumption from the point of view of the relationship between changes in the structure, strategy, and technology as a response to the requirement of the modern digital educational environment, enhancing to need for the balance between existing and new elements. In this slide, you can see two theoretical models of next generation university digital learning environment and a link where describe this model. So this research paper aims to provide a rationale behind a conceptual model of the structure of next generation university digital learning environment and illustrates the practical cases of its implementation in University of Ukraine. In our research, we based on two theoretical positions. In the left of this slide, you can see position of academic research, where digital learning environment described as a constant integration and interaction of various teaching aids and research tools, and engagement and the support of the personalization and collaboration of all users of separate group, availability of educational tools for analysis of students' data and course information user teachers and learning designing support staff. The similar position have research non-profit educational organizations. For example, education looks for a balance between the openness of educational and the need for connection of education with environment. Emphasizes personalization, collaboration, accessibility, and universal learning design. Now we need not only create new digital learning environment, but we can upgrade our learning environment in our university, our higher learning institution. In this slide, you can see a conceptual model, our proposal of new digital learning environment. This model based on a conceptual model in SurfNet project. In our model, we take resource to 3 level. Micro level corresponds to the Fortness metaphor. It involves centralized institutional management, increase security, integration of both resources and users. It takes place on
one institution. Meso level corresponds to the city metaphor, includes institutional resource and services external users have access to. And next macro level corresponds to country metaphor. At the institutional level involves the integration external resources, services, and platform. At the same time, it should be noted that the proposed distribution is a quite conditional one. For example, Google Workspace or Microsoft Office Cloud services can be used at all levels, as it depends on the category of participant, educational task, and pedagogical technology use for their fulfillment. In this slide, you can see example of case study of implementation theoretical model in Kyiv University. For example, being based on the result of expert evaluation of the effectiveness of design digital learning environment application, the project team of Boris Grinchenko Kyiv University and National University of Life and Environment Science of Ukraine initiate the expansion of the component composition of the institutional digital learning environment, see in this table, in accordance with the requirements science sphere, in particular according to the results of the rating in higher education institutes. Accordingly, certain steps were taken regarding the integration of resource data and subject of educational and scientific activity. Institutional means of supporting scientific communication, improvement of resource support according to the students' demand were created. It was done with the purpose of modeling business process of scientific communication to relevant experience by young research, such as master students, postgraduate students. In particular, master students submit their scientific publication in the institutional e-journal and past the stage of scientific paper reviews. This way how the digital learning environment component were improved in technological and organizational aspects before being integrated at the micro level, in the level of one university. Scientific e-conference were held, including conference for young scientists, and publication in the open access journal. With the involvement of other scholars, external experts, for example, reviewers, key speakers. Educational and scientific communication was explained to the involvement of leading experts, ensured the integration on scientific communication tools at meso level. Resource base of research and expanded by providing access to systematic database such as Scopus, a Web of Science. Students were involved in project activity and academic mobility through the organization and internship edu degree studies. Implementation of proposed functionality creates condition to ensuring integration at the macro level. However, the implementation of these conditions depends on the activity of master students, scientific potential of higher education students, and level of competence of scientific and scientific pedagogical staff. Involvement of the NDGLE concept and implementation of proposed model in two universities prove the relevance of similar projects which meet the requirements of transformational challenges of modern society. These challenges you can see in this slide. At the same time, change management and an important aspect of the development of learning environments in the digital age. Its systematic approach aimed at creation of strategies and the method that will be used to implement changes and develop the ability to subjects of the learning process of a higher education institution to effectively respond to this change and adapt to them. We consider this direction as a perspective one for future research. In addition, I present 4 points of our conclusion. At first, we need to create a next generation digital education environment or upgrade the existing educational environments of higher education institution. Function model that implements a modular approach to the process of creating a digital educational environment is taken as a basis of our conceptual model of a new generation digital education environment. Examples of the application of the proposed GDLE conceptual model in 2 universities of Ukraine can be useful or both for perspectiveness and administration of higher education institutes, as well as scientific and pedagogical workers and educational analytics for the construction of modern digital educational environments and specific educational institutes. The analysis and construction of change management processes in the digital education environment is considered a prospect for future research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions, please. No questions?
1 second, please.
Добрий день, якщо можна, питання.
Please in English.
I'm sorry. So if you allow me, I have a question or maybe remark, maybe also a suggestion. Are you familiar with higher education digital capability framework from Holland IQ company? Because so I would really, it might be really a good addition or maybe a support for your work. I really advise you to look at this framework because it's really big. It covers also some areas which are not usually covered in Ukrainian higher educational institutions, like demand and discovery. So they start to consider a digital education environment from the beginning of touch points with their prospective students, and they finish lifelong learning. So this might be addition for your discovery. So, and I suggest you to pay attention to that framework. It might be useful.
Thank you very much. But I'm sorry, and I don't know about this model. Can you type the name of this framework in the chat of our meeting?
Yes, definitely. I'll share this. Thank you for your presentation. It was insightful, and I'll share this suggestion, which might be useful in your future discovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Tatiana?
Thank you. You give an example of the implementation of the proposed model of a digital educational environment to strengthen its scientific component. What are the areas of development of such environment do you consider to be the most promising? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And since the proposed model assumes the maximum involvement of students in modeling the main business process in various industries at the university level during learning in the university, and then in the implementation of this process, there are many options for applying this model. For example, the digitalization of the medical industry requires appropriate training for doctors, pharmacists, and veterinarians, for example. To do this, it's necessary to integrate the digital tools used in real practice, or at least some of them, into the educational process in university. Accordingly, the component composition of the environment is expanding as external experts are involved particularly within the frameworks of international projects or another activity. And then competence of teachers and students is increasing. It's our proposition,
And this variant we try to realize in our university, National University of Learning in the environment, bioresource and the environment in Ukraine. We have some faculty from different faculty, and we have a deal with the different areas, and we teach another specialist.
Thank you. And see, please, in text chat, one question from Vasil.
Thank you.
Alexei.
I see.
And the right answer in text chat. And finally, topic peculiarities of foreign languages training of students at the higher education institution in the computer literacy during the war in Ukraine. Speaker Victoria Lemeshenko Lahoda. Tatiana, please play presentation. Thank you. Victoria.
Good afternoon, dear representatives of the organization committee and participants of the conference. To your kind attention, the results of the research peculiarities of foreign language training of students at the higher education institutions in the occupied territories during the war in Ukraine, made by me, Victoria Lemeshenko, and my colleague Irina Kryvanos, senior teachers of Dmytro Motorny Tavria State Agro-Technological University. On February 24, a full-scale invasion of Russian Federation on the territory of Ukraine began, which fundamentally changed the lives of Ukrainians, affecting every sphere of human activity without exception. The education system is one of those spheres that felt the negative impact of military action the most. Right now, the total number of damaged or destroyed educational institutions is more than 3,127. Dmytro Motorny Tavria State Agro-Technological University was located in the city of Melitopol in the Zaporizhia region that was occupied by Russian troops by the end of February 2022. In the conditions of hostilities and a constant threat to the lives and health of both students and teachers, the university administration made a decision to continue the educational process remotely via distance learning tools. However, new difficulties arose as a result of the occupation of the city, the strengthening of disinformation, Russian propaganda, which manifested itself in numerous technical obstacles that hindered the continuation of the active educational process. On the first days, the Russian troops made attempts to destroy all communication points in order to shut down the internet for the most of the country. Since February 24, all interruptions in the work of the telecommunications infrastructure in the occupied territories were the result of three aspects. The first one, deliberate suppression of radio signals in a limited area during the movement of a significant amount of military equipment and personnel of the Russian armed forces. The second one, damage to main traffic transmission channels during armed confrontation and artillery shelling. The third one, the Russian Federation deliberately turned off mobile communications and the internet for the occupied territories. When some communication channels were damaged as a result of shelling, traffic was redirected through the remaining ones. But this redundancy is not infinite either, especially against the background of the impossibility of carrying out repair work on damaged lines. As a result, those who stayed in the territories temporarily occupied by Russian troops received low-speed internet, and those who lived in remote areas were left without internet connections at all. Therefore, the specifics of distance learning during a military operation influenced the methods of selection and structuring of content. The implementation of certain methods and organizational forms of learning which significantly affected the functioning of the entire education system. The most important criteria for choosing tools for the organization of distance learning was their versatility, productivity, low internet consumption, and methodological correspondence to the set methodical goals. Taking into account all the peculiarities of the situation on the occupied territories and developed criteria, it was clear that the students could be limited in using some tools, such as Zoom conferences and the educational portal Moodle system. Instead, we could offer them to use emails, social networking, instant messaging services, mobile application, etc. At the beginning of the research, the accessibility to mentioned tools was analyzed. According to the students' academic achievements at the end of the first term and personal teachers' observations of their usage, it was taken as granted that all students had access to all mentioned tools in the first term. The analysis of the accessibility to the education tools in the second term was conducted via students' viewing and personal teachers' observations and are shown right now on the slide. At the same time, it was observed that some students had access to more than one tool or didn't have any at all. This limited access to the educational tools and therefore resources had an impact on the students' achievements at the end of the second term. The data presented right now in the slide indicate a significant decline in student academic achievements in the second term. The number of students who, according to the results of the first term, had the A grades, 17 students, B, 28 students, and C, 37 students, had decreased to 12, 20, and 32 respectively, while the number of students who had the D, E grades, 19 students each, had increased 27 and 20 respectively. Moreover, some students did not have any possibility to attend online lessons or use any other educational tools and gained grades lower than 60 points. To determine the real reasons for the drop in academic performance, technological, psychological, personal ones, etc., we developed a questionnaire presented right now on the slide and conducted an additional survey among the students. The questionnaire consisted of two parts. The first one, obligatory, had several statements that had to be graded from 0 to 5 points regarding the relevance of each. And the second part, optional one, was for specifying the reasons that were not included in the questionnaire. And right now you can see the results of this survey on the slide. As you can see, among the most common technological issues, there were internet connection problems, poor or absent mobile connection, the absence of the sufficient technical equipment, the electricity problems, or its absence at all. The students have highlighted only one educational issue, missing the lesson and therefore absence of clear understanding of the topic. Among the surveyed students, such psychological issues were pointed out as the increased level of stress, anxiety, depression, impaired concentration of attention, memory, logic, and speed of thinking, uncertainty of the future, and lack of control over the situation. In the questionnaire, students also specified various personal issues, but the common were the necessity to hide for long periods of time in the bomb shelters or cellars, active hostilities that are taking place near the place of living, forced immigration abroad, and problems connected with it. More than 80% of students experienced a mix of the problems, and at the same time, nearly 47% stressed that study helped them to distract from what was happening around and feel some kind of relief and even relaxation. Around 10% of the students did not fill in the questionnaire. They got in touch only once or twice or asked their fellow students to tell teachers that they didn't have the opportunity to attend classes and study the material because of the problems that were listed above. The obtained results indicated the need to provide further recommendations to the students regarding the improvement of their knowledge and skills of foreign language, improving the level of their academic achievements and maintaining the psychological state. Therefore, students were offered a list of resources which can be useful in each individual case. There are textbooks, online sources, etc. Also, they were advised to adapt the resources or just the format if the internet was very weak for them. They were given some psychological recommendation on how to tackle stress or depression, and also many on alternative ways to connect to the internet. Moreover, students had the opportunity to find support online via consultation with their teachers or psychologists, and were visited in their hostels when it was possible. To sum it all up, we want to say that the war in Ukraine definitely brought a lot of challenges and forced adjustments to the educational process, having revealed that the well-configured system of distance learning was not appropriate enough in such circumstances and needed fast changes. The situation was even more complicated on the occupied territories where the university was located. The existing distant methods and tools of foreign language teaching, which were used before the start of hostilities, appeared to be partly applicable because of the absence of the internet, mobile network, constant shellings, etc. At the same time, it was observed that some students had access to more than one tool, while others didn't have it at all. Among students who took part in survey, only 1/4 could use Zoom and 1/3 of them Moodle. The social networks were accessible for most of the students and were used as one of the main tools at that period of time. Limited access to the educational tools and therefore resources had an impact on students' achievements at the end of the second term, and the reasons for the drop in academic performance were determined also. The prospects for future research includes a search for new learning methods, tools, techniques, resources, etc., especially in foreign language teaching. For both students who left occupied regions and those who stayed there, selection of technologies that can be used when the internet signal is weak and development of new programs of foreign language teaching to improve the educational process are one of the main prospects for future research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Questions, please?
Yes, if I can I ask 2 questions, please? So the first question is, if there were any official policies or procedures adopted and implemented at your institution, I mean, higher education institution at the very beginning, which you had to follow to overcome these difficulties. And it's one thing, if it was done like, not chaotically, yes, but maybe intuitively, or if it was coordinated. And the second thing is, have you taken into account all these difficult or challenging times, let's call them in this way, while evaluating the students' work and evaluating the students' academic performance, let's call it this way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, in our universities, there was some regulations according to organizing of the educational process in such a period of time, and according to them, we have to adjust some means of communication, some means of education, especially regarding the safety, because a lot of our students are still in occupied territories, and unfortunately now they are forced to use Russian internet, and we have no idea whether the activities are tracked by Russians or no. So of course there are a lot of difficulties, and we are trying with the administration to find the best way to solve them. And as for the second question, it depended mostly on the situation, because there are some moments when we didn't have any connection with students at all, and we didn't even know whether they were safe or even alive and such, especially those ones who were in Kherson region, because it was a period of the COVID-19, it was a distance learning period, and in such cases when we didn't get in touch with them, we were forced, of course, to give these students a second opportunity to pass their exams during the summertime, or even to some of them unfortunately expelled, because we don't have any information right now. But at the same time, we tried to not to lower our expectation, not to lower the actual quality of education and actually a level of knowledge that we are waiting for and that we are we try to give them, but at the same time we tried to diverse the variants, diverse the forms of the works that they could do in order to show that they really have the possibility and have the strengths to overcome all the difficulties and to learn all the materials that was given to them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? No. No, that's all. Dear colleagues, please turn on your webcams for photos regarding the report. I am simply grateful to all the participants of the conference for their high-quality research. Today, we saw at heart the results of 18 studies in the field of education technologies, which passed a double-blind review and a rather difficult selection process. Once again, during our work, I already see some of our regular authors, and it makes me very happy. Thank you for your work. I will be glad to see everyone next year at the conference. Everything will be Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Photo. Tatiana.
Already.
Already. Шановні колеги, на цьому я хотів би з вами, як кажуть, закінчити наше спілкування. Сподіваюся побачити більш розширений склад наступного року. Дуже сподіваюся, що до нас буде долучатися багато закордонних співавторів. Це не єдина конференція, не єдиний захід, до яких ми долучаємося. І буду радий всіх бачити на наступній конференції, яка присвячена Sustainability Future, і буде відбуватися наступного тижня. Буде так само у нас презентований воркшоп, який присвячений проблемам цифровізації освіти, і відбудеться під час конференції ІКТРІ у вересні місяці в Івано-Франківську, де так само трекчерами будуть виступати знайомі вам обличчя, але там час завершується по поданню до публікації десь до середини червня, і на що вам наголошую до вашої уваги.
26 червня дедлайн.
Да, дедлайн на ІКТРі у нас іде, і я буду просити вас, кому цікаво, хто займається цими питаннями, долучайтеся, буду всіх радий бачити і спілкуватися. Чи є питання до організаторів та керівників секцій? Ну що ж, тоді гарного дня. На все добре, до побачення.